pull a hook. So, I'm going to switch us over to KSP. I hope you have enjoyed the Space News segment. Let's get over to Kerbal. We got plenty of stream left here. This is mission mode part 185, I think. I'll just put 184 and we'll call it a day. Wait, it's a green screen and it's not real? No, no, this is real. Gary's sitting. Gary, shut up. He won't stop talking. Yeah. Right? You took some shots of the SSTO with waterfall. Let me see. Oh, that's cool. Don't do my man Gary like that. Pick up the phone. Nah, I don't hear anything. That's cool. It looks great. Gary's always interrupted, man. He never shuts up. He hurt himself in his excitement. Yeah, I mean, seriously, you could hurt himself. You hurt yourself in your confusion, but no, Gary hurts himself in his excitement. Yeah, that's how that works. All right, let's do this. So, chat, it was almost unanimous. It was like 300 to 20 in terms of keeping the SSTO program going. So, all right, let's button up the SSTO and figure out what needs to be fixed. Why do you bully Gary? Because. Any chance of you going to Texas for Starship? I don't know. Maybe. I already did take the rep hit. We did that already. Did I miss you successfully landing it? Well, I landed it. Was chilling at KSC today. Got a really cool photo of an F1 engine. I'll send you in a bit. I saw you talking, Vulcan, when I was on break. Sitting next, you tweeting, you're talking right from the shuttle. Well, I played with the ground anchors yesterday, Hayes. Yeah, we made a trebuchet out of a crane. It worked. I watched the VOD. Nice landing. It was a nice landing, but just trying to ensure fair rules. Yeah, I did it right after I crashed. The SSTO didn't make it. It performed fantastic. Right up until the point where I touched the gear to the ground. And then it promptly exploded. The gear couldn't take the load. I did figure out why. I did figure out why it happened. It turns out that when I did my load testing, when I tested the full gear and the full tank mechanism on a previous prototype, I had changed the rear gear settings. I changed the rear landing gear settings to 3 and 2, like that. And I've already made the changes on this craft file. But for some reason, when I made the newest prototype, I must have replaced the gear and didn't change the settings back over. So I landed with jello for landing gear. The thing instantly bottomed out and blew the thing to smithereens. It sucks. It sucks a lot. I lost a $500,000 prototype and maybe got like 20 to 30K of it back. We have 821,000 left, and that's that's pretty much enough to... that's a crappy version. That's pretty much enough to do one more test flight. What happens if you run out of money? I can get bailed out by chat, or I can start doing commercial missions. Oh, Prototype 2 has what I need. Hold on. If I go minus 1 million, so if I crash something and it has Kerbals on it and kill them, and my funds go to minus 1 million, I instantly lose. Nope, that one doesn't have the gear. Maybe it's Prototype 3? I'm just trying to go through all my iterations to see if I can find a version of the prototype that has the right gear in it. No, this is before I... Oh no, okay. Nope. Let's try Prototype 4. And I also upgraded to the newest version. We're on 1.12.2 that has the fixes for the docking ports. We tested them yesterday when we were messing with the ground anchors. You should do some quick Kerbin SOI science. We could fund it as part of a science directive. You can get something into orbit just fine. Oh. Yeah, see, Prototype... Yeah, maybe, dude. Prototype 4 doesn't have any gear installed. Which means the difference between 3 and 4... The difference between 3 and 4 is something. I put the gear on, and then I decided something different, and then I took the gear off completely. So I tested something and changed something. I'm just trying to go figure out why this thing came in the way that it did. Oh, funding science missions. Yeah. Fair, I gotcha. And then I reinstalled the gear for Prototype 6, but I clearly didn't remember why I changed the gear. What's the gear settings here? Nope. Huh. I never changed it. Strange. We're not in engineering mode, we're in mission mode. Sorry. I was messing with engineering mode to figure out the new patch. Alright. Well, Prototype 6, maybe? Episode 188, FYI. I don't know where you're adding all these numbers, drummer, but whatever. I'll switch the title. I could have sworn I must have done it when I put the landing gear out and set the spring settings and then forgot to change them in the craft file. I could have sworn I set all these to 3, but it looks like I never did. And that sucks because I knew that they needed to be set to that number. I knew these gear needed to be maxed out for it to work. I specifically tested the landing gear. You can...
Listen,
hey!
quality base here. The Eagle has landed.
Thanks, Laserman. Can you please get the SSTO program working or move on? At this point, I turn off the stream after space news. I'm not into watching the SPH VAB for months and months. It bores me and makes me want to watch something else. You gonna do me like that? I mean, yeah, Laserman, we'll get it. We'll get it done by the end of the week, dude. I mean, I really only have time. I really only have one test flight to do it, so there's gonna be another test flight this week. But yeah, I mean, Hopefully then I get some funding for missions for this thing to do. But yeah, we'll start getting into more operational missions. That was the plan. I would have done it after the other flight if I just didn't fix the landing gear. There's not much more that we need to change with this thing. Sorry to be blunt, but I paid to be honest. You don't need to pay to do that, but alright. Don't let one person say, well, Laserman's a friend of mine, Spiffy, so I value his input just as much as I value yours, dude. Just watch the stream for a long time. I get what he's trying to say. Don't take it personally. With that being said, it still does kind of hurt a little bit. I mean, I tried, man. I cranked the entire SSTO program out in 2 months. That's 2 fully usable launch pads and 2 fully usable vehicles, with the exception of the landing gear for this one. You know, it's just, that's the fastest I've ever completely changed my vehicle launch architecture. Like, if you look at the mission mode save on May 20th, this doesn't even exist. It's Freedom rockets, Freedom 7 and Freedom 10 with dart and transfer vehicles. Like, I've done, like, I get it. People want to see missions, dude. I understand. And the numbers don't lie, but I only need, like, maybe 2 or 3 more engineering streams to figure out what's going on with the landing gear, and then we move to operations. And then the only engineering is engineering the payloads that this thing needs to fly. Yeah, guys, don't go after Laserman. He's just being honest with me, dude. I get it. I'm not... I understand. Well, yeah, there's not going to be much more engineering streams, to be honest with you. There's not going to be much more of me doing this, okay? It's all good. But yeah, you got to bear with me, man. I can't really afford to have another one of these break. I need to get one back. Can you do a mission per day on the small one to keep things fresh? Yeah, when this thing works, we're not going to need to do that, fellas. We could just launch this. Trust me, there's not going to be many more engineering streams, at least launch vehicle engineering streams. Now it's going to be like landers and ship architecture up in space. And then we're going to put this thing up into space, you know? Put a mission on the next flight. No! I'm in charge of engineering, not you. I'll figure out what it needs to launch, okay? And if I think that it can launch if I think that it's capable of launching something on the next mission, I'll do it. But yeah, I get you, John. I get you. No, drummer, I haven't. Alright. I don't know how I'm going to test the landing gear without putting this out and actually dropping it and seeing if it blows up or not. Maybe what we can do is go inspect the pad. We should show up SN20 and launch two wheels of cheese. Yeah. Let's go take a look at the pad and see how the pad's holding up. We did cook some things off the pad during the orbital flight test. You landed at 3 spring 1 damper at 69. Pop Bear, anybody have video landing on 3 spring 1 damper? I just want to visually see how it works. I do have the prototype craft file up on Kerbal X, guys. And you guys are the ones that are doing my simulation testing for the most part. So that did bounce a little bit, but it seems okay. That one strut is always causing me issues. That one right there. You know what? We're not going to use it. We'll just use the other ones. I don't know why out of all the different parts that drift badly, it's just that one. It's very strange. And why that thing is perfectly straight either. That doesn't make any sense. There's some serious binding problems happening with that hinge, and I'm not exactly sure why, but I'll just leave it. Alright. Okay, so what got cooked? Those struts and the I-beam that was going right here got obliterated on liftoff. And that also could be the cause of why that thing is freaking out so much. Send the engineering crew out to fix it. It's probably just better to recover the pad and put a new one out and put some kind of heat shielding here. That's probably the right way to do it. Yeah, okay. Remarkably not a lot of damage. Honestly, that's... Yeah, a lot less than I thought. But once again, that actually could be why those things freaked out. Give me 1 second, guys. Yeah, no, we're good, man. Everything, dude, we're fine. It's all good. I gotta hurry up on this thing so I don't bore people to death, you know? We gotta get this finished. I want to see this thing fly, dude. I mean, did you see that test flight from the other day? Seriously, I actually was looking at the pictures that I took during the flight. Look at this. Look at this. Yo, that's money, dude. Nothing would make me happier than launching that once a stream, dude. I would enjoy it every second and it would never get old. You know? It's all good, dude. Weird question, but considering docking ports can rotate now, would it be worth trying to use docking ports instead of hinges? I'm pretty sure the docking ports drift as well, someone, but I haven't fully tested that. Maybe. Yeah. Yeah, guys, give me another week. Scout's honor, give me a week. I'll even do a Girl Scout promise for you. Dude, trust me. Source, dude, trust me. I'll have this thing working in a week. I just gotta figure out. Right now, my real challenge is to figure out a way to get to test the landing gear without blowing up another prototype. I can't afford to lose another one. Oh man. Look at that. I got another shot from it on orbit, too. And then I have a shot of it belly flopping in during re-entry. Man, the thing handled great during re-entry, man. It was perfect. That goddamn landing, dude. Oh, my God, I'm traumatized from it. Build a shell? Yeah. The problem is that we don't get real good mass simulation from the shell. But anyway, either way. So, yeah, we cooked the I-beams right there. Because what happened is, if you look down in here, all right, there's this hydraulic piece, or that robotic, and I can't lock it out. And because I can't lock that out, I can't make it so parts on the pad can auto strut to the launch box. And that is a problem that we need to fix. That's literally the reason why this happened. So the entire launch box, when I launched the SSTO, bent a little bit. It went like this with the SSTO on it, and then I let the SSTO go, and it slewed this way off the pad. You can actually see that from the footage right here. Look at where those rocket engines are. They are blowing directly down on the inside rim of that launch box. It's actually pretty telling right from the camera angle. The thing went like this off the pad because right when I throttled up, the whole launch box tried to pivot, and when I separated it, it bounced back down, and the SSTO did this. It drift-dude off the pad. See, look at where it is, and you can see it roasting the pad right there, which is really funny. Thanks, Gorthon. Look, fellas, you don't need to get up Laserman's tail. He's one of those friends that's just brutally honest. Everybody has a friend like that. And you know what, man? It's good to hear. I appreciate the feedback, man, because seriously, the people that don't want to watch the stream, they don't let you know. They just shut the stream off and leave. So, the fact that he went out of his way to say that actually is, it might sting a little bit, but it's okay. It's fine. I get it. I'd prefer people to be brutally honest, to be honest. To be honest with you. Even if it stings a little bit. It does kind of hurt, man, but we're good, dude. It's fine. I get it. Seriously. The numbers don't lie. Guys, I look at the numbers after every stream. You can see the ones where I launch stuff, the numbers for Kerbal go up. The engineering streams, people do like them, but you peter off. It shows. Like, I know. That's why I'm trying to bust this out as quick as I freaking can, and why it really, really bummed me out when the landing gear didn't work. But, yeah, it's all good, man. Seriously, I say that with 100% honesty. I appreciate your brutal honesty. Yeah, it's nice to hear. It's refreshing, believe it or not. I don't like it when people just, don't say anything and then just leave. Like, how am I supposed to know? Yeah, they rolled it back. I watched the VOD, but didn't understand what happened with the settings on the landing gear. Was the damping turned off? The spring rate wasn't good, Canadian, and the suspension collapsed in on itself. You talk too much, thanks. Thanks, Sebastian. Yeah, I know people like it, but, we have to launch stuff eventually. It's a game about launching things into space. We can't just sit here and engineer all day. This is why I made mission mode in the first place. One thing is always promised is 100% honesty. That's a rare quality, Laserman. I'd prefer people be straight and just tell me that I'm doing something that they don't like. Okay, I know people are going to do it as a joke now that I said that, but seriously, if you're like, nah, I don't really find this interesting, I'm serious, just tell me. You're not going to hurt my feelings. It'll sting a little bit, don't get me wrong, but that's just feelings, man. The feelings happen, dude. I get upset from watching a Formula 1 race, man. Like, who cares? But do I let it ruin my day? Well, it depends on the race, to be honest with you. But no, trust me, I'd prefer the feedback, and I'd prefer you to say, I think the direction of the stream sucks. I used to like it when you did this, but you don't do this anymore. Like, I'd prefer that feedback. I'm serious. I'll crave the negative information. I like negative reinforcement. It makes me work better. Maybe I was dropped as a kid or something. I don't know.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Laserman, you got a sub out of it. I used to like it when you launched Buran. Oh. Out of nowhere. Out of nowhere with the shuttle disrespect, dude. What the hell, Insig? Where'd you come from? What the heck, man? In all honesty, I'm still waiting for the shipping address. Oh, dude, I forgot all about that. Oh, God, John, now I feel bad. Yeah, okay. I forgot all about that, man.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Yeah, okay, nice. Oh, Laserman paid it forward. Okay, I guess I gotta get a P.O. box, huh? Alright. From the Starliner blog, they said they were troubleshooting the valve all day. It's not software nor electrical. Starliner will go back to the VIF so for a water leak inspection or damaged. Okay. Have you tried the game Mini Motorways? People keep recommending it to me, Tokyo. Yeah. Maybe I'll consider it, dude. I'm not sure how much replayability it might have, but then again, I haven't played it to be able to tell you either. First saw the stream when you had huge integrate space stations around Minmus, and you were sending that big Halo ship on interplanetary missions, and to be honest, I'm just waiting for you to get back to that. Yeah, I got you, Jonas. I got you. No, guys, seriously, at the end of the day, the numbers don't lie, all right? People like engineering streams, and I know you guys like it, but people like Laserman is a good point. People like the engineering streams, but not every frigging day. And I understand that. And what I'm trying to do now is just belt it all out as quickly as I possibly can. So literally for the next 6 months, we can just launch the SSTO and do all space things. The only engineering we're going to do is payloads for the thing, which take a day at best. So we get a nice blend of content between launching and flying. And this is why I didn't want to do SSTOs in the first place, guys. I'll be honest. This is the biggest reason, because I knew that the engineering would take time. I knew it would take a second to get us there, and it's taken 2 months. So you guys have basically seen nothing but 2 months of straight engineering streams, and maybe 10 test flights in 2 months. 2 months is 40 streams, and you've seen 10 test flights, meaning that 75% of the last 2 months of streaming has been engineering. Trust me, I get it. The numbers don't friggin' lie. The numbers in the sub count, dude, they don't lie. If people don't like what you're doing, they won't tell you. They just leave. Trust me on that one. I know. Yeah, Jeffrey, the idea is that we can hit a really good blend, just like I did when we were going to the moon with the Freedom rockets. Good blend between integration and engineering. But unfortunately, to get to that point, I need to engineer stuff. So let's bust some stuff out. Let's pull the pad. I'm going to recover it, and then I'm going to recover the jet truck, and we'll go from there. Can you pull up some pictures of your truck? Freb. Oh, yeah, sure. What year, lols? But yeah, dude. I mean, I'm damn proud of that thing. I'm so proud of it that we named that number 3. We named it Endurance. I'm just keeping the nameplate, and we'll go Endurance A. You know what I'm saying? Luckily, I have a whole day off. Nice. First saw you when you were making Condor 9 landings on the barge. Saw a dude with sunglasses making crazy KSP stuff. Neat. Yeah, thanks, Floating. I appreciate it. Guys, I really do appreciate your support. But I really appreciate when people are honest with me. Look, for whatever reason, and once again, I'm going to talk and work here. Somebody just asked me a question. Yeah, Lols, I'll get you some pictures here. Yeah, take a look. I know that streaming is difficult. It's work, right? And people don't really like criticism because it's hard to tell. It's hard to tell seriousness from inflection of text. You know, are you saying, "Oh, you suck, Kappa," or "You actually suck"? It's hard to tell. And it's hard as a streamer to be playing a game and to see someone say that and wonder if they're serious about it or not. So that kind of fosters inadvertently on Twitch kind of a coddling type of thing. And it's not coddling. Some people just want to stream and they don't want people telling them that they suck at streaming, or they don't want to say, dude, just shut up and let me stream. I understand that. That's fine. But I don't. Coming from the real world, dude, I know that that's not how this works. I'd prefer you guys not coddle me with streaming, and if I'm doing something you don't want, tell me. You're not going to hurt my feelings. Trust me on this one. I've worked way crappier jobs with way crappier bosses that would yell in my face with things, dude. When I worked at Best Buy, my boss was a drill instructor in the Army for 20 years. And I told him the same thing. I'm like, look, you ain't going to hurt my feelings. Just tell me what I'm doing wrong. And he yelled in my face sometimes. That's fine. You don't know what it's like having... Well, some of you do. You don't know what it's like having a DI yell in your face. It sucks. It's not fun. And I'm not saying I served or anything, but I told him that. I told, dude, I want to learn, but I'm a moron. You have to yell in my face for me to get it. And he's like, all right, I'll yell in your face. No problem. So that's what he did. Thanks, Emma. I appreciate it. Some insight on how I like to watch it. I'll enjoy it, but often I only watch a little of it and save it for the VOD. Yeah, I know. People zone out, Hip. It's no problem. I can just tell by chat interaction. Everybody chills back and does something else while I'm engineering. I get it. Like, trust me. That's why I'm trying to bust this out as fast as I can so we can get back to flying. Drill Sergeant. Drill Instructor is Marine, speaking from experience. Thank you. You miss it sometimes, I bet. You know what, John? People can say whatever they want about the military, but you know what? I'd prefer to have some guy that's honest with me, yelling in my face, than somebody who's just going to be like, not tell me what I need to do to improve and just kind of leave you to your own devices. I don't like that. There's too much innuendo, and this is why I hate corporate culture, because nobody's ever going to tell you exactly what they mean. I hate it. I can't stand it. I'm really bad at it. Like, I'm not good at that. I suck at playing that corporate game thing. Your boy is a freaking caveman, you know what I mean? You worked at Best Buy? Yeah, I know, Midge, right? And delivered pizzas before that. Can you believe that? With all due respect, you can't handle the chat being honest. Ow. Oh, thanks, Insig. It's good to see you again, man. You need to wear shades more often. They make you look cool. Yeah, that's why I like it, Snake. Dude, I should have joined, man. I didn't want to. My parents convinced me not to because they convinced me. I should have, man. It's really nice, you know. At least the guy yelling in your face is gonna be honest with you, you know. Anyway, lols, check this out. There's the truck. Yeah, Klein, that's right. Yeah, there you go, Artyom, right? Sometimes you are so addicted to watch. I just closed the stream. Serenity, what am I so addicted to what? Watching? Wait, I'm confused. Sweet, I like the color. Yep. Yeah, Midge, I hear you. For getting some sun, yep. Yeah, I built this thing. It was a shell. That's it. We wired the whole thing. I did the whole thing on stream. It actually stops after boot camp, at least in the Navy. Yeah, that's what Midge said. Dude, I don't know if, like, I missed, like, a social cue or something there, but I suck. I suck at doing that, straight up. I'm so bad at it. I'm so bad at playing that corporate game, man. Anyway, let's get going. Let's finish this damn thing. I hope you don't take this as trolling. I really do that here. I wanted to know if you believe there's such thing as suction. I was watching this vid discussing that it's only a difference in pressure. Can you explain your thoughts on this? Suction? Suction is just creating a vacuum, and if the vacuum force, the vacuum force is vacuum net force from the suction from that suction is more than the acceleration of gravity. Yeah, of course. 619. Take a bottle of water and take a cup of water. Take the bottle of water, put it in the cup of water. It'll start filling up, but the second it seals around the rim of the bottle, the water will stop draining. True story. It's the same reason why you need a vent on your gas tank. Same thing. You don't want to make a vacuum inside of your fuel tank. The fuel tank it'll crumple. So yeah, suction exists. It's just vacuum. It's a net difference in pressure. That's all. Yeah, I'm working on it, Need. I'm working on it. There's no sucking in science. Yeah. What's up? Sat around and played with the SSD earlier and did some cost analysis. Since you're doing optimization today, I thought I'd bring some up. The marginal cost of Jebstar launch is fuel, which is $95K for 65% of the cost. An expendable vehicle could do the same. Any plans for a fuel farm to offset that? Yes. Yeah, Lavi. Yeah, I want the pad to refine its own fuel. The problem is that there's no fuel on the pad. Yeah, pretty much. Alright, anyway, let's get to work. I'm going to bust this stuff out. If you don't like the engineering, there's not going to be much more streams of hard engineering like this. It's just for payloads after this week. So let's go. Alright, so I asked this a second ago. Did anybody, has anybody done testing? Pop Bear, you said you did testing with the vehicle. No problem, 619. I mean, 619, a carb does the same thing. Carburetors use vacuum. Same concept. It's just suction. The piston going down sucks air in when the intake valve opens. It's the same concept. How does your naming convention work? LV5, Launch Vehicle 5 is the designation for the SSTO. So LV5 is the designation for any SSTO-derived vehicle that's based off of the K33. So LV5A is the small SSTO. LV5B is the big SSTO. And then I have a C variant that we built but we never used. The C variant is a medium-sized SSTO, but I didn't like that. I didn't want to use it. This is LV5B, so LV5 means it's the SSTO, because that's the 5th launch vehicle architecture that I've engineered in mission mode. There was LV1, which is Imahara, LV2, which is Freedom 7, Launch Vehicle 3, which is Freedom 10. LV4 was a concept that I never rolled out. LV4 was a vehicle, if you guys didn't vote for the SSTO, that I would have designed. 5 is the SSTO. So this is LV5B, which is the big one, Block 1. This one is a prototype model. It's prototype revision 6. So that naming convention is standardized across my mission mode save. So like if you just scroll up here a little ways, check this out. So there's LV5A, which is a baseline configuration, prototype 16, and that's the small SSTO. It's literally a smaller version of the exact same thing. Even if you looked at the hierarchies of this, like how everything goes together, it's the same thing. It's just using larger triangles and larger wings. See? Little baby SSTO. This thing can do about 2 tons into space. The other one can do about 36. Yeah, it's much bigger. I came for the 7x7. I mean, Midge, this SSTO is basically a 7x7 that flies all the way into space. I mean, have you seen this thing? At this point, I'm wondering how expensive it would be to have tanker planes bring fuel from mining sites. Well, Lavi, I can drill the pad. I think the pad has fuel on it. We could probably test that. But my pressing thing is landing this thing with the freaking gear. I don't know. And I know I keep asking, and if anybody's replying, I keep missing it because somebody else asks a question. So I'm just going to sit here and stare at chat until I figure it out, or until I get an answer. Has anybody bounced this thing around? Any of you guys done flight testing where you took endurance and just dropped it to see if it can take the hit? You're still streaming? My streams on average go 10 to 12 hours, YB. Papa Bear, you said that 3-1 works, right? Lavi, seriously, just, if you want to, put some launch clamps here, put some launch clamps on the nose, drop the damn thing. Preferably some video would be really nice if you could, if it's not too big of a deal. Bert, my day's going fine. Did you update any negative effects on the function of the pad? Well, that's another problem that we have to solve. Just ask how far you want it dropped, and if you needed, I can figure out how to import it. How high of a drop? let's say 5 meters a second vertical speed on hit, because Snake, I dropped this thing onto the runway at 3.8 vertical speed and it blew itself to smithereens. 5 meters a second. Actually, you know what? Let's just, because we do not want to lose one of these things. 10. Drop it and make sure it hits at 10 meters a second. You can go into the physics menu and go into arrow, display the arrow UI, and it'll tell you your climb rate. Climb rate is vertical speed. Get it to hit the ground at 10 meters a second. Totally vertical, and see what it does. I want 10 meters a second, just in case for whatever reason I botch a landing. I'll still be able to bounce it and carrier land it. Do you want to test it at an angle? I mean, if you guys want to test it dropping it like this, you could do that as well. But once again, you guys are the ones that are doing my dynamic testing. So for 10 meters a second, I think you drop it at about 10 meters, right? That's about... Well... Yeah. I mean, it's 9.8 meters a second per second. So you literally drop it so it falls for 1 second, pretty much. I'll try to also check Discord for something KSP related. There you go. The angle in the crash footage, Schmirks, is 10 degrees positive angle of attack with a vertical speed of 3.8. Dude, I goosed this thing. I goosed the thing. The landing was clutch. If you guys... I don't know if anybody has a clip. If you guys want to see how much I greased that landing, I did not do bad. Dude, it was a good landing. It's just the landing gear collapsed because it couldn't take the shock load of landing with 280 tons. Lordy, I got to orbit with it on Saturday. Yeah. Oh, check this out. I got to orbit with it on Saturday, and it was glorious. It was one of the coolest things I've ever done. I crashed it on landing. The landing gear collapsed. It's not strong enough. Check it out. That's the gnarliest thing ever. Yeah, the engine ignite was so loud, dude. Yeah, it turns out if you cluster engines, the sound gets louder. Look at it. Isn't that sick? Got it right up into space, dude. It made it into space, no problem. The ascent was cherry. I had like 1,000 meters a second left over. Enough to go to the station. Dude, we could have put this up to the moon and re-entered. We could have done a free return. We had enough Delta V to go out to the moon. Which I'm not going to do. It makes no sense sending stuff with wings to the moon. But, I mean, I also have no payload in it. But it's good to know. What was the problem? There's a stuck valve in the service module somewhere, Nova. Yeah, it was awesome, Lordy. Oh, Floating, you got the landing for me. Thanks, man. Yeah, this is hard to watch, man. It's hard to watch. All right, we can see. I don't want to unpause. I know, Pig. You can see the moment where I'm just like, I hate everything right now. Yeah, it's so bad, man. I'm like, I hate everything right now. It was at that moment EJ knew he screwed up. The face says it all. Matt, it's 500,000 Kerbucks, man. It's 500 G's, dude. Down the drain in one shot. It hurts so much. pain. It's just pain. Look at the pain in those eyes. I didn't watch this. Oh my goodness. It hurts so much. Serenity, thanks for the bits. It hurts so much. I knew exactly what happened too. I'm like, well, landing gear collapsed. That's good. Crap. Hey, it's Vic. What's going on? How have I been? I'm alright. So you're gonna try to figure out whether it was just the gear setting? Well, I need you guys to help me figure that out. I know, Kaz. You can see it. I'm just like, I hate everything. I mean, dude, this thing is 270, what is it? 270 tons, man. And I have fuel left over. So we're at like 280 tons and change. I greased this damn landing, man. Maybe I flared just a teeny bit too early. Right now, my vertical speed goes up to 3, and we end up touching down at 3.6. I stalled right as I hit the gear into the ground. Dude, I can't do that any better. Especially when I'm freaking flying around a steam engine with some wings attached to the side, man. It's about as aerodynamic as one. Yeah, I mean, I thought I hit a runway seam because in my mind, I knew I set the gear correctly. And then when we went and looked at the gear on the craft file, it was set to 1-1, and I'm like, oh no. Oh! Dude, I knew I said it right, but I didn't. I missed something. That one mistake cost me 520 G's. That kind of tester, you're looking to just do a basic drop. If you want to take the thing off and bring it in and try to land the thing, that would be good too. But drop tests are something that we can get done quick to know exactly if this thing is going to work or not. A house has better aerodynamic profiles than that, yep. Yeah, just learned a way not to land. Basically what I'm getting at here is, do I need to beef up the gear? Do we need another set? We might need another set of gear. I'm thinking about putting one right here. I blame Wario. This is not the first and won't be the last crash. Yeah, just hopefully it's not as expensive. Yeah, Jack, I know. We talked about it. Another set sounds like a safe bet. I mean, we have the mass margins, guys. I might as well. Is the gear attached to the wing or the fuel tank? It's strutted to the wings and the fuel tanks. The gear is actually attached to this girder segment, which is the primary structural carrier for the vehicle. Everything is attached to that. And it goes out in different directions. All the entire rear gear array is attached that way, dudes. Maybe I shouldn't do it that way. Maybe I should attach it out here to the fuel tank attachment point. But then again, do I want to put load stress of slamming this thing into the ground onto the mounting point for the fuel tank? I dare you to fly it. I will at the end of this week. You don't need to dare me. What's that, goalie? Oh, jeez. Oh, that's a clencher. Okay. All right. Yep. All right. Should we also drop the periapsis after retro by a couple kilometers so we don't overshoot? Well, Green, I had like 10,000 units of fuel on board or something. We had actually about 36 tons of fuel. Maybe 36, 40, somewhere around there. Someone's going to have to go back into the VOD. We had way too much fuel. So, Green, if anything, that simulated what we could do taking down 36 tons. So, it basically, depending on down mass, the trajectory changes. With an empty payload bay, that would have been spot on. We would have been fine. 7,000. Yep. Random thought, what if the gear held up fine and it was the rest that flexed down? Nighthound, I've played this game enough to know what Kerbal looks like when the gear collapses. If you look at the gear, it fully compresses and then the gear bends. That's the gear collapsing. My landing gear basically broke. Maybe a Tricycle C5 landing gear system. I mean, we have a Tricycle system here, Sam, but I don't know how I'm going to implement a C5 style system with this thing. Do you? Well, fuel tanks generally, I mean, they are strutted to the fuel tanks. It's strutted to the fairings and stuff. Okay, it keeps exploding. You know what, guys? I have the mass margins here. I really do. We have the mass margins. What does that mean in plain English? This thing, I designed it to take 18 tons into space. It can easily move 36. Easily. Probably even more if I really optimize the ascent. It can move a lot into space. Because I have 18 tons of mass margin, I'm just gonna add another gear. We're just gonna add another set. You might as well, right? Like, even if you guys test it and we know that thing works, I might as well add another set. Because why wouldn't I? Is it crew? Yeah, Lordy, I have spot to put a crew tank up here in the very front. I could put crew and we could take 36 tons of cargo up into space. I mean, this thing is an absolute monster of a launch vehicle. Yeah, if it saves 500 Kerbucks, spending an extra 17, well, what's 1,700? Spending an extra 3,400 bucks is not a big deal. Now, the real question is, do I attach another set here? Do we attach it to the beam, or do we attach it out here? I don't know. I could attach it to the fuel tank mount right here. Do you think it could take off from the runway and make orbit? Yes, absolutely. With that margin, yeah, people have done it, Viscous. So, I found out a way to do engineering mode testing. The way to do engineering mode testing is for me to not do it. Chat does it. That's kind of the new kind of inadvertent rule that we kind of came up with. And I actually kind of dig it. It's a really cool idea. Chat does the engineering mode testing. I put the craft file up, and it's up to you guys to do the simulation. I actually enjoy that way. That makes it so I basically have to rely on chat to get the vehicle to fly to confirm my findings. I basically outsource my simulation mode. And the price is that, well, chat has to do it. If chat doesn't want to do it, then I don't get any simulation mode. You should have to pay chat for it. No, I disagree. That's too complicated. I don't want to keep track of that. How do we keep track of who tests what and where? No, let's keep it general on purpose. I don't think that's a wise decision. I think that's going to be impossible to track. What I don't want to do is turn mission mode into a bookkeeping game. I don't want to turn it into Space Program Bureaucracy Simulator. I want to turn it into Space Program Simulator. That's the idea. Did you see that the second and third part to break were the I-beams that overheated at 5,000? That's on the pad demo. Yeah, I knew that. I'm sure you could make Drummer code something up for it, Kappa. Yeah, I'm sure I could. I'm sure I could, but I'm not going to. But I'm sure I could. That's poking out just a little bit. I don't mind having another set right here. This set is actually attached to my fuel tank mounting position. So the first thing that I'm going to do is strut that to the landing gear that's attached to the center. Why aren't we aligned? What do you mean diagnose the issue, Demo? And what do you mean, because I don't really see anything besides the 5 meters a second vertical speed? It's rotated slightly? Oh, well, I got rid of it. Wait, Demo, what do you mean? So, do you guys think that we could get away with this? Reasonably. Like, don't just say, yeah, I got it to land. Put the engineering cap on for a second. Do you think it's wise to have the gear like this, knowing that it could possibly fail? Or are you confident 3-to-1 gear will work correctly? I know it was the gear that caused the explosion on landing, Demo. What I'm trying to get people to figure out is, well, it was for faulty configuration. These were the settings that I had the gear set to. Does 3-1 with brakes at 75 work? Does that work correctly? We saw those pictures, Goalie. Unbelievable. How far are they from the center of mass? They're just a little ways behind it. Serenity, that's really what I'm coming down in favor of. That's really it. We did a flight test, had a landing gear failure. Only logical to upgrade the landing gear. But did you set the gear correctly, Nighthound? Is it set to 3-to-1 or is it set to 1-to-1 in the craft file? In the craft file that you downloaded from Kerbal X, it was set to 1-to-1, dude. That's no good. What is Mechazilla? Mechazilla is the part of the super heavy Starship pad that catches the booster, Goalie. Yeah, SKS, I'm with you on that one. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Test flight tonight? Benno, it's most likely going to happen in the next couple of streams, dude. I know, Gold. It's going to be amazing. Like you said, with the mass margins we have, it's better safe than sorry. I'd put them closer. You touch down at like 7 degrees, so I'd angle the whole thing 7 degrees in the SPH and put the landing gear almost perfectly under the center of mass. But what if in the future I have differential payload mass that shifts the COM? Demo. That way you don't slam the nose and break it next time. Wait. Is that the failure? I don't think the nose gear had any problems. I don't think the nose gear even had touched the ground yet. Oh, okay. Interesting, Phil. Maybe not this time, but next time. Okay? I mean, I guess I can. I mean... Well, that's as far as it can go without it clipping out. I mean, that's not very far in the scheme of things, man. But... what if we did this 747 style? What was the AOA touchdown? Like 10? Yeah, increasing the spring strength makes it so the gear doesn't fully compress and break. Yeah. Jet truck is offsetting the COM. That's a good point. Yeah, okay. Yeah, demo, that's where we're at. What does that look like? What do you think? I think that's okay. The K90 core? I don't think I have the money. You move them forward just a little bit. Don't forget how close the shuttle's gear was to the center of mass. I mean... I guess. But the more we move this gear... I can fold the body flap, Serenity. It's not a problem. We can fold the flaps up like that. Yeah, they're about the same core. I'm just gonna move them back one tick, just like that. That's beast. Yeah, Nova, it's big, isn't it? That's good. Now, I mean, it still goes back to the point. Should we, it still goes back to what I was thinking. Should we, words, dude. Should we beef it up? I mean, I think that probably is a good idea. Or, I mean, I'm probably going to anyway, but I'm still curious of the results that people are getting with landing. If anybody wants to show video results of their tests, I would really appreciate it. Let me just move the struts. Hypothetically, this will also prevent you from slamming the rear gear into the ground in case of a late flare. Yeah, but demo, that's true, but I also have to make this thing idiot-proof. So, what's its payload capacity, Nova? I rated it for 18. It can move 36 tons into space, no problem. A full orange tank, easily. But I rated it for 18 because I want to load it out with other things like a robotic arm, airlocks, crew quarters, stuff like that. Yeah, but it's the baseline version is designed to fly remote. A endurance. You know what? Screw that. We can use the serial number to know that it's Endurance A. I don't really feel like messing with the flags. Do you know if the game still calculates interstage fairing aero pressures from the fairing plate? Yes. Because if so, you can close the nose fairing into a nose cone to reduce subsonic flight instability. It's not unstable at subsonic, Luizo. It's unstable in supersonic. Nah, I'll just keep it. The first Endurance, this is Endurance A. Like Enterprise A and Enterprise B. Right? Number 5 denotes that this is A. So, it's redundant. That's as far out as that gear can go. Let me get another set. I'm not going to attach it to the tank mounting points, guys. I don't think that's a good idea. We also wanted to move the center gears into the grooves. Yeah. This is the Bonanna. You guys know about the Bonanna? I'm gonna try to do some landing tests to see how it goes, okay? I mean, putting the landing gear into the grooves doesn't really change much, to be honest with you. But there we go. We'll button them together like that. Once the adjustments are complete, can we please drop this build for QA? Kaz, this is a 527,000 prototype. If I drop it and it blows up, I don't have enough money to launch another one. And you know, I know what that number looks like over there. I see it. But also at the same time, we have to pay for the pad and for fuel. We don't have enough for 2 prototypes. 5 is the last attempt to ensure that this is good before I could give it some funding. And now people said, like, oh, you know, give it a mission, put a mission on it. I mean, I guess we could do that, dude, but that's why I'm relying on chat to help me out. Ship 20 is no longer attached to the gantry. Oh, cool. It's a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B, Jack. I just think Endurance is a good shuttle name. And yeah, it kind of does come from Interstellar, but what was NASA's design manual? The simple, bold Helvetica logos look so perfect. Oh, you were reading it, Broke. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So I added another set of gear. Where could one find the craft file? Oh, what is this? Why'd you do that? What? Why? Why you did? What the heck? Who made that? It's a Panzer IV. That's awesome. That's so cool. Somebody made a Panzer. Look at the Panzer. Whoa. That's so legit, dude. Who made this? Mr. Somebody. Whoever you are, that's amazing, dude. Pretty awesome. Here you go. There's the download for it, if you need it. Oh, Thomas already did it. Thank you. Yep, Prototype 6. It doesn't have the landing gear upgrades that I'm working on, though. And then I have the small SSTO on there as well, if anybody wants that. Prototype 16 is the one that you want. 10 and 14 are junk. And then I have the telescoping crane up there, too. And my big crane. We got a bunch of good stuff on here. Nice. Is that Mark III on top of the cargo bay? Yeah. Okay, Louisa. Alright. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna put these at 3 and 1. Oh, man, I don't want to do this. I don't want to put this out and risk it exploding. Maybe no. I'll think about it. The ground anchors? They're pretty damn strong, RJ, yeah. I got here something wrong. I'm just wondering if... see, I added another set of gear, and I'm just wondering if that's what we can get away with. Well, S, I have a prototype mass simulator here. I have a mass simulator version. This one is serial number 5. 4 is the mass simulator. American flags are mirrored on the payload bay. It's a detail I know, but could we fix this for good luck? Wait, what? What's wrong? What? No, the flags are fine. Stars going into the wind, dude. Flag code. Look. So, Toma, check this out. Stars lead us, dude. Stars go into the wind. Every time. See? I used the space shuttle's markings. Yeah, Toma, that's actually supposed to be like that. The flag is supposed to be backwards. There's different things that you can symbolize with the flag by moving it in different directions, and this is just that's just U.S. flag code. Flags go into the wind, like if you were sailing on a ship and you had the flag coming from the mast. If you were looking at it from the starboard side of the ship, the flag would look backwards, right? Stars always go first. That's U.S.'s flag code. That's the flag code for most countries, actually. If orientation is not anything, stars are in the top left corner. If you're hanging it from the ceiling, stars always still go into the top left corner. So the proper way to hang the American flag from the ceiling, if you do, is to hang it with stars in the top left, that way, like that. And then there is other things. There's other things that you could do with the flag. Like if you do this, if you do stars bottom right, that's the American symbol for distress. So if you see an upside down flag, that means someone's in trouble and they need your help. Like, that rarely ever gets used. Like in the VAB. Correct. Yep. Anybody that wears a jersey or a uniform mini, yeah, and they have the flag here, stars are always facing forward. Mm-hmm. You have the same in the UK. Yeah, but your damn flag is it's damn near symmetrical. I know it's not symmetrical, and when somebody told me it wasn't symmetrical, I had a crisis a little bit. But yeah. Max, hey, what's up, man? 45-month resub, always advancing. Goes forward, never retreating. Cub Scouts don't? It's Cub Scouts. Ew. I mean, yeah. Cub Scouts. Canada's is symmetrical. NASA update on Starliner. The service module will be opened up inside of the VIF. Yep. Death before dishonor, no retreat. Yeah, look at England's flag, or the UK's flag. Not English flag. England's flag is different. Yeah. But yeah, if you... Stars going into the wind. If the flag is like this, that means, yeah, help. That's the distress signal. So like if you were sailing on a ship, right? And you were on a ship and you look through the binoculars, you see a friendly ship and the flag's upside down, that means something's wrong. Like that's where that comes from. I remember when you learned that, you spent like 20 minutes having an existential crisis on stream. Yep. Yeah, it's not symmetrical. It's not called the Union Jack, because the Union Jack's the Royal Navy, but... Yeah, the red stripes. The red stripes look like a propeller. See? Top right, top left, bottom right, or bottom. You see, it's always on that side of the stripe. Yeah, and now you can't unsee it. And now it's like... This flag is a combination of a bunch of different flags. It's a combination of Northern Ireland, Scotland, Wales, and England's flags all rolled into one. The United Kingdom. Get it? Why did you show me this? Yeah, they looked at the Welsh flag and just said, "Man, no, mate, it's too complicated. We don't need to do that. You just use a background, mate. It's fine." Imagine if the U.S. combines its states' flags in the same way. It would look like a Jackson Pollock painting. Okay. I know, that's the point. I always do that on purpose, Fullboy. Anytime I do a British, Australian, or New Zealand accent, or even Canadian, I'll make them sound the same. Yeah, do that on purpose. What? I'm American. I'm supposed to screw with the Commonwealth countries. That's my job. Duh. Alright, so we beefed up the landing gear, dudes. Your voice is in this video. You're still going to struggle with an extra set of gear. I'm at 1/10 or so of the extra gear attached to the rear payload adapter. Oh, okay, perfect. Let me take a look, man. What's the gear settings for this, Papa Bear? Is it 3-to-1 on the gear all around? Oh my goodness. Oh my god. No, what are you... Oh god. 3-2 on all of them. Okay. No. Okay. See, you touched down at 6. Ugh. Oh, that's so hard to look at. That's so hard to look at, man. I'm like, no, I don't like seeing my baby blow up like that. We gave up on the runway. I mean, the thing is not supposed to fly, right? It's not a replay. It's the same video, Shadow Man. See, you zeroed out the climb rate, and now you're falling. Oh my goodness. Okay. That was good. That second one, though. Forge, nice. Yikes. Let me look at it again. How much fuel do you have left over? 498. Oh, okay. That's fine. I mean, you basically have to nosedive this thing at the ground until the last second, which, well, you basically had to do that with the space shuttle as well. That's a really nice landing. It would fly better in the box that it came in. But even on 3-2, they almost bottom out. Yeah, no, I see what you're saying. This came very... It came very close to bottoming out. Alright. Alright. Guys, here's what we need to do. That's the block 1 file, okay? I need to go into my prototype. We need to go back to using test article 4. I gotta give it jet engines and I gotta fly it around, dudes. I really don't have a choice. I don't know how we're gonna do that or what's gonna make this thing fly correctly. Yeah, we need to do an OKGLI test. OKGLI is the atmospheric flight test article from the Soviet Buran program. It's a shuttle with jet engines on the back. Now, the reason why they did this is because the AN-225 wasn't ready, so they did this instead to get the thing to fly, and do flight tests with it. As opposed to using Enterprise and launching it off the back of a 747, which is what NASA did in the 70s. We don't have a 747 that's going to move this around. If anything, the 747 with the shuttle on it weighs as much as this thing does. It weighs as much as the freaking SSDO does. So we're gonna have to do that a different way. So we can use the prototype. So serial number 4, which is the Pathfinder over here. Pathfinder is the exact same thing. It's the exact same thing, but it's missing all the expensive parts. Now, when we first made Pathfinder, this was used for integration testing. I just did some small drop tests at 0A at AOA with 3-to-1 on the gear. An extra X216 was added for excess fuel and weight. I dropped it at multiple heights. The only test that did not result in a RUD was a 3-meter drop with a 3.2 meters a second vertical speed. Sadly, I was recording the wrong screen. Oh, no problem. No problem, Smokey. Thanks for your help, dude. I appreciate the information. Hey, Kaiser, what's going on? So the actual Buran didn't have jet engines? No. The one that flew into space did not have one. Did not have them. They could have put them on there, but they decided not to. The shuttle flies, that airframe, because Buran looks like the space shuttle. That airframe flies better with a heavy tail. It does not fly very well unless you put weight over the back. That's why they could put jet engines back there and it worked just fine. Luiso, because this is an aerodynamic test, I don't think using this would be the right move. I think we should upgrade Pathfinder. We'll switch this to the STA. It's August 8/4/21. Look at the message that I left to myself in the damn craft file. Check the landing gear toughness. See? I just forgot. I just forgot to do this. Missed it completely. Actually, you know what? Let's not mess with that at all. So, serial number 5 hasn't flown yet. This is the Pathfinder STA, which means the regular Pathfinder. If we have LV-5B1 Pathfinder, we can make the FTA, the flight test article, which is probably something that I should have done to begin with again. It probably would have been a smart move. There's no Pathfinder STA here. Save. $500,000 oversight, maximum realism. I don't have OBS on the new computer yet, so I don't have video. I landed it with a vertical speed of 2.8 meters a second with the new landing gear orientation and spring strength. Okay. Good to know. We have the STA now. So the serial number 4 is the structural testing article, and I haven't flown 5, but 5 was supposed to 5 was supposed to be a flight prototype, which is up here. But now what I think I'm going to do with 5 is make it into a flight test article. So this is Pathfinder flight. This is an AFTA, so atmospheric flight test article. Updated 8/4/21. And we're gonna overwrite the original Pathfinder. So now we're gonna reconfigure this and take all the expensive bits off that aren't really important. I'm just gonna take the shuttle engines off and just put ore tanks in their place. Gear is fine. The problem was the wrong suspension setting. You fixed it and added another pair of gears. Well, Luizo, I want to prove it. I do not want to lose another full flight prototype again. So we have the Pathfinder flight test article and the Pathfinder STA. Alright, cool. So what I'm going to do here is... this one is going to have the real fuel tanks. Just like Enterprise is basically Columbia. Columbia and Enterprise are very similar. Only Enterprise has fake tiles on it, right? So we're going to take expensive parts of this off. So the Poodle, any engines is... we're going to take that off, and we're going to fly this thing. Yeah, Poodles cost $1,300. What's its mass? 1.75? Okay, so dump that. Get rid of it. And put that in its place. And set that to 150. And that should give me the right... that should give me the right... amount of mass. Let me just make sure that my COM is still on my indicator. Oh, yeah, you gotta take jet truck off. Take off super jet truck for a moment.
Robert Parker, are you there? That's affirmative. Now we're gonna give her the old space try here. Alright guys, that sounds good. Well, we're gonna try, Bob.
There. Perfect. We're gonna give it the old space try. So I have flags that have grids on them to mark out center of mass. It's very useful. So we'll take the RCS off. Or I could, you know, just delete the whole thing. That's fine. Sure. I'm basically trying to get this thing to fly as close as I can to the real one, but I'm literally just gonna put some jet engines on the back of it and we're gonna fly it around. Alright, we can take the forward RCS off. These are physics-less parts. They're not going to affect aero too much. Okay, now the elephant in the room. We gotta take these off, which are 4 tons a pop, and replace them with another part that's very similar. Literally the instant before a successful landing, it bounced a little. Okay. Do you want to add the jet engines first and then mess with the mass? Jeff will add them after. No, I want to do it this way. Alright, we'll take those, take them off. Doesn't suit you. Take them off. I know that these are 3, and the engines are 4, but these are close enough to get the point across and not still be expensive. I mean, the shuttle engines are like half of the price of this thing. Do we even have what unlocked? Goliaths? No. I don't. Okay, let me take jet truck off again for a second. What did I miss? I beefed up the landing gear, Jim, and I reset my gear settings, and honestly, what I have to do now is test. I have to test this and make sure that the gear works. So I'm making a higher fidelity prototype. You know, the one that had like all the wings missing. I'm changing it around a little bit. I guess this wouldn't be. This would be Serial 5, but you know what? Now that I'm thinking about it, its name wouldn't be Pathfinder. Endurance was the one that flew into space. Pathfinder is the atmospheric or the structural integration article. So we used Endurance, we used Pathfinder. I still have Explorer, Tranquility, and Aquarius. Could use Explorer as well. Fate Finder. You know what? I like Explorer. Explorer's a good name. Pathfinder was the one that has the panels missing. That's serial number 4. Explorer is 5. There we go. I might run out of names if I keep crashing these things. Kerbal Killer. This never killed any Kerbals, man. Ian. You jackwagon. Last. Stupid question, but at the required takeoff speed, is this thing even going to be stable in the yaw axis? Because it becomes a little wonky around 200. I've seen people take it off horizontally and fly it into space demo. I don't think it's going to be an issue. Do you? All right. Here's our high fidelity prototype here. Alright, just wondering. Okay. So this one is 280 instead of 580. So yeah, I took off all the engines and now I guess we gotta put jet engines on it, but I don't. Let's save that. And I guess we should go see if I have the Goliath engine, or if we can unlock it. Wait. Am I stupid? What the heck is the Goliath engine? I thought, do I have it unlocked? Am I dumb? I mean, I might be. Don't answer that. Oh yeah, I can unlock it right now. Yeah, do it. Do it. Do it, come on. Yeah, Hayes, the craft file name denotes what it's supposed to do. I guess that's separated from vehicle name now because I don't feel like naming another craft file. It's just Pathfinder FTA and Pathfinder STA. The STA is actually named Pathfinder. The FTA is named Explorer, but it's called Pathfinder in here. And then, you know, just like Enterprise could have been refitted to make a shuttle, maybe if we don't lose the test articles, we'll make them into orbiters, you know? Save some money. Great success. Yeah, alright. So... we had an SSDO and we didn't have a high bypass turbofan? Yeah. I don't know if that's gonna be enough thrust. Top mount them for X-48 vibes. But the underslung the underslung looks cool. I mean, yeah, we're gonna have to get this thing going about 100, 120 to be able to even rotate this thing. Overclock it. Just remember to add a pair of radiators to each engine. I actually don't hate this. We could just overclock them, yeah. Need some fuel for it to show TWR. Oh, yeah. Are you guys sure? 0.27 TWR is quite high. That's a lot of thrust. I mean, it's not liftoff thrust by any means, but like vertically liftoff. Make sure we're aligned again. That's where that needs to be aligned. Ugh. Yeah, we'd have to fly the thing like an airplane, I suppose. So, I need to do atmospheric flight tests, guys. I want to make sure that this landing gear doesn't work, but I don't want to go flying around another prototype that has all the shuttle engines on the back in case the thing blows up. Demo, I kind of like the, yeah, we should. Let's do it. The engines on the sides look funny. They look cool, but... Where my nards at? Wait, what? It looks ridiculous. In a good way. I don't know about our COT being so high above the COM like that. Though, maybe it should be back here. And then we should just take ballast off. Yeah. It will nose down. Well, yeah. That's why I had it out here originally. You know what? Underslung under the wing is probably the right way to do this, guys. And then just remove some ballast off the back. I do agree with what people are saying, though. We should probably, double up on the motors. So, 747. Yeah, exactly, Kaz. That's why I was kind of wondering. You know, the COT that high doesn't really work too well. Now, because that's attached to the tank mounting position, I do need to run a strut from here to there. To there. That looks horrible. But then again, this really isn't about looks, is it? So. We could also do a tri-jet design. I need to do atmospheric flight tests, Just Space. We have to do approach and landing tests, man. I revised the gear design, and I have to make sure that it works. And if we have Pathfinder 2 here, which is SN5. 4 is the STA. This is the FTA. I decided we should do it. God, freaking small, tiny bug floating around. Close to the nose fairing into nose cone to see if it improves stability. gonna look so freaking goofy. But it'll work. Like, that's the thing. I know it'll work. And as long as my center of mass is in the same spot, it should fly exactly the same. Alright, we're too heavy out back. This feels cursed. I don't really have a choice, man. I have to do this. There. 0.52 TWR. Alright, I'm actually gonna double up on the liquid fuel tanks. There. Alright, dudes. Here we go. Remember, you're going to need to overcome the nose-down attitude to rotate off the runway. Yeah, it doesn't have that test. The engines are... The center of thrust is underneath the center of lift. Or the center of mass. Yeah, we don't have to worry about that. If anything, it'll help. Nobody's aboard, right? I don't want any Kerbals near this thing again. Why are you launching it from the pad with the truck if it can taxi? What course said? Course said. That'll work.
Discovery, go at throttle.
There's no shuttle engines on this thing. What are you talking about, Bon? Okay, all gear settings are good. I did recover the pad because we damaged the thing. And I don't know, Louiso, the truck is, I don't know. I have electric motors and it's easier. I mean, these should be powerful enough to move it. I do have the FADEC cow controller on board to overclock if needed. I actually called the cow controller for overclocking. FADECs are what pilots call the engine. It's the ECU for jet engines on airplanes. What is it? Flight and data electronic controller or something? Oh, okay, Bon. Yeah, no. Dude, I'm crazy, but I'm not that crazy. You think Starship's forward methane bulkhead could also be the aft bulkhead of the crew cabin pressure vessel? You You think Starship's forward methane bulkhead could also be the aft bulkhead of the crew cabin pressure vessel? It's possible, Lunprod, yeah. If it was me, I'd come up with a dedicated pressure vessel for redundancy. I would have one flying inside, like the shuttle. I would do something like that if it was me, but once again, I don't know. So it looks like we can carry this thing down the taxiway. This is something that I was kind of concerned about, but we can do it. Full authority digital engine control. Thank you. Yeah, Ren, I have to flight qualify it, dude. Chad is showing me all these different landing tests, and most of them are working. So what I did was I beefed up the gear, and then we upgraded the Pathfinder thing with the flight prototype. So this has the flight tanks in it. It shouldn't have that serial number. It should have 5 on the back. So it's about as close as you can get to the real thing minus all the engines, right? And then I put Goliaths on it, and I made sure I put them in a way where we're balancing out with the ore, so the center of mass is still in the same spot. And I'm going to try to fly it. I gotta understand how to land this thing, man. I can't lose another one. If I lose this one, at least I'm losing just a bunch of ore tanks. You know? Don't get me wrong, this thing's still 200 grand. And yeah, it's still 200 G's. But if I do lose this thing, that should leave me enough cash to put out 1 pad and 1 test article. Well, Chad has been very helpful, helping me, downloading this thing and helping me fly the thing. You guys have been super helpful, and I'm not being sarcastic about that. I'm watching people landing, and if it's one thing that I'm kind of looking at is that this thing should be fine to land as long as we can flare at the right time and flare correctly. I need to understand that as a pilot, of this vehicle. I need to understand what that's like. Last. Love this quote by Elon Musk. It's possible the most common error of a smart engineer is to optimize a thing that shouldn't exist. Yep. Hey, Weather. Next thing we need is a fuel farm. A fuel farm would truly make this project amazing, Core. Yeah. I gotta see if you can drill the pads. If drilling the pads will give you resources. Because I put a surface scanner out there and it said 0% availability. But if I seem to recall that you should be able to do that. You should be able to drill any of these hexagonal plates and get fuel. So if I do end up putting the big SSDO pad where it was during launch, yeah, that should be fine. Just drill into the fuel tank. Unironically, Jack, yeah, pretty much. I never figured out this game, so I just watch. It's a tough game to play, Taylor. It's almost like it's rocket science or something. All right. Okay, so we should start with that thing in the upright position. These things deployed down and roll actuators on. Yaw actuators on that. Yaw actuator is on there. Make sure our speed brake does function. Speed brake does function correctly. All control surfaces are good. Pretty much, Pop. Yeah. Jeez, I hope we have enough. I hope we have enough runway. Juliet Sierra 05 Heavy requesting clearance for takeoff runway runway 9. Is the APU active? No onboard APU in this design. Wait for the engines to spool up and then release. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, Pop, I really don't have a choice. This was the best way that I could be absolutely sure. Chat helped me figure out what a good landing gear configuration, and I've seen some videos from them, you know, farming out stuff, but I still feel I would feel more comfortable physically flying it myself to see how this works. So this should be fine. We should be looking for a climb rate under 5 meters a second. This thing should be able to do it. Yeah, good luck, thanks. I mean, once again, I can handle it. If we lose it, I can handle it. We could always fly the small SSDO for funding, or chat could fund the lunar program or something. I just really don't want to go bankrupt this week, that's all. I'm looking at the lift, drag, and mass numbers and getting increasingly worried. You're getting increasingly... Okay, alright. Piss off with that bad juju. Not, oh, I'm increasingly worried. No, are you sure something is going to go wrong? If you see something, tell me. Don't just sit here and be like, well, I'm not sure if it's going to... I'm worried. Tessa, you got to tell me. If you think it's not going to work, tell me. Tell me your feelings. Seriously, man, I don't want to lose 200 G's of space plane, man. Lavi, what configuration was it in? The old landing gear configuration, or did you add a second set? Oh, sorry, number just worried me. I consulted my Luigi board. Not looking good. What about your Wario board? Luigi board? Old config unchanged. Okay. Tell me something. No, I've never tried to do the catching mechanism page up. I don't know if I'm that smart. Maybe. It's possible. I slapped jet engines on it, rotated at about 80-ish, and then it flipped. Okay. Shut up, Bandit. I have a tormented past. You don't want to hear my feelings. Okay? Okay, yes. Thank you for contributing nothing to the conversation as per usual. I appreciate it, man. Thanks. You said it pitch moment got too much if you rotated at 80, Papa Bear, because you were at full thrust. You did something similar to the max. I try to remain consistent. A for consistency. We're rendering the museum over there. Stuff is just coming in render range at the see last. Ian? Are the thrust reversers action grouped in case of an aborted takeoff? No. But, you know what? That's probably not the worst idea. Toggle thrust reverser. Toggle thrust reverser. I bound it up to AG0. So let me just make sure that that works. Yep. Oh, it works. I don't want to overstress the forward gear, Core. You should be aborting your first 2 runs. Well, I know it. Big Pop Bear just said it in chat. Do a couple of runway runs to see how it does before actually pulling up and take off. We could, if you want to do a taxi test, that's fine. Turning radius of a battleship. Predominant says Chim Pokemon. Chim Pokemon in your resub message. 31 months. Arigato gozaimasu. What's the purpose of this test? I gotta make sure that my landing gear works, so I really need to do approach and landing tests. And in order to do that, I need to get this thing up in the air. So I mounted jet engines underslung on the wings on this thing to get it to fly. Alright, so what do we want to do first, Tessa? We want to test the brakes. Okay. All right, we'll do we'll do a test here. Once we get past jet truck, I'll step on the brakes. Yeah, Jack, maybe. Okay, let it off. Reverse thrust. Thrust reversers are blocked. Thrust reverses are doing nothing because the engines are too close to each other. The thrust transform for the reverse thrust goes out to the sides. So if something is... Oh, crap. If something is next to it, it'll... Yeah, it doesn't work. Otherwise, I actually just redid my lighting. Same camera, and I have a green screen now. Brakes are set to 75, so gear at 95. Is it 75 or 95, Luke? Alright, I'll put it at 90. Just remember these changes that we're making so we actually go and make them to the freaking craft file. No more chroma pizza? Nope. 95 is the magic number. 154 is a better number, but 95 is okay. I'm just going to keep this up here so we can just monitor our fuel load. Okay, guys. I'm going to trim this body flap here to like 85. I don't want to go full 70 because of Papa Bear, what you said it nosed up too much. So I actually, you know, because our center of lift is... our center of thrust is underneath our center of mass. I don't want to shim that body flap up because then pitching moment will become too high and will stall. I didn't balance it or anything like you did, just placed them and sent it. Oh, okay. EJ, random question. Do launch vehicles like Atlas and Falcon always lift off fully fueled, or do they remove fuel for lower mass payload missions? Same amount of fuel every time. Adjust the ascent profile, Quark. Fueling a rocket is one of the most dangerous parts of ground operations. It pays to do it the exact same every single time. So yeah, no, they don't. They always put the same amount of fuel in there, dude. Yeah, if I get it to V1, Pop Bear, that it's not, like, nose up. If we get it to rotate, I don't think we have enough runway. Call the FAA? I am the FAA. Soy el FAA. Is 154 really a better case? No. Yeah, we want 153. Alright, guys. The payload bay has liquid fuel in it. No, I gotta test my landing gear, so we have to do some touch and goes with this thing otherwise. Oh, man. I'm nervous. Judging by what I saw a second ago, Papa Bear, V1 is about 60 meters a second. I'll trim it back. We'll trim it back to 80. Okay, another thing, when you do want to do a full takeoff run, make sure you start this from the end of the runway. We have enough runway to rotate and take off, Tessa, from here. just from what I saw there. From there to where the jet truck is, I got up to about 60 meters a second. It would be 80 by here, and we could rotate and fly off the end right around the hash marks. Tessa, I can't reverse it. The thrust reversers don't work. The thrust reversers don't work, man. I don't really have a choice. All right, we're spooling. Here we go.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Let's go. Holy Gamps, tier 2, 43-month resub. Thanks, man. Okay, V1. Okay, rotate. She's not rotating. Okay, she's rotating at 80. We have positive rate. It did exactly what I said it would. It's rendering everything at the museum. Just give it a second. Come on, give me the cow controller. Come on! We're losing speed. I have to OC the engines. Come on, game. This is not the right time for this. There it is. I got it. Oh no. Oh no. Put the gear up. Not that it's really gonna... No, we're stalling. We're gonna die. Oh boy. Come on. Ground altimeter. Gonna make it. Gonna make it. Alright, I still need to overclock these things if we're ever gonna gain any altitude. So, what I'm gonna do real quick is go to here and bind the thrust limiters. Up like this, and we're gonna push this thing a little bit. We're gonna give it a little, squeeze a little more juice out of it. There we go. Give it some gas! Yes! Okay, gear up. She's flying. Okay. Oh my goodness. Oh, this thing. The drag is real. It's not supposed to fly well. Dudes, I'm telling you, I designed it like that on purpose, but these engines are super overclocked. 150%. Tess, I think you were right. 6 probably was the right call, man. If it starts to overheat, we're screwed. What speed do we land at? I really ideally want to put this thing down at around 60, 70 meters a second. What the heck happened there? Whatever. I think Tessa said 6, right? Then I'd go to 175. It's flying. At about 2 meters a second, Lavi? Oh, it's flying. All right, touch and go. Landing, Jarvis, is what we need to test. So I have a serial number 5. 3 is the one that crashed during the flight test. 4 was the one that we used to test integration. 5, I was gonna fly it, but then I made it into this instead. No touch and go, it's dangerous. Matt. What's up, dude? Full stop, just like you would in missions, okay? Land on the VAB. I just watched the clip. Okay. What's the clip? Let's see. Oh my goodness. It's a good landing. What was your climb rate? Yeah. 77. Okay.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Okay. Okay. That was with the old landing gear config, so... Hey, Lakeman. 54-month resub. Thank you. All right. Yeah, we're gonna have to do a couple of tests, but I think I have enough fuel to try it again. At least one more. All right, I'm gonna shut the engines here in a second. When we get basically up here, we're gonna go up here, and then I'm just gonna flare it and bring it right down. I know, Tessa. I mean, I got the other one back to the runway. I know, I got that part figured out. It's just the landing that I really need to test. I hope this thing doesn't pop, man. I don't want to have to use another name. Okay, here we go. Cut the engines. Oh, this may have been a little too much. Hey, it's a steep dive. That's what happens. It's rendering all the stuff at the damn storage area. Okay, gear's coming. Gear's down. Flaring.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Oh my god, full flare. Oh my god. Oh my goodness, we're dead. Oh! Oh, it obliterated itself. You forgot the flaps. No, I didn't. I adjusted them, Luizo. The flaps were just fine. Hey! Seismic activity. Alright, wrap it up, dude. I don't have time for this. Hey! Some of it survived. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Payload is okay. It's successful. It's rolling down the runway. How did we get the funding to blow these things up? We didn't. I just lost about 200 G's, man. Well, some of it survived. Did I not take the wings off deploy? Ugh. Oh, that's gonna be a pain in the butt to pick up. Well, the primary vessel, the payload bay, the primary structural vessel survived, so I guess we can reuse that name. Just we'll have to repair it here. No, the approach angle's fine, guys. You're gonna get weird approach angles like that, but not collecting it for the museum. No, I'm going to fix this orbiter. Serial number 5, I'll fix it. The payload bay and the primary structural vessel was still survived. So I'll call that a win, and I'll say that it's fixable. In the lore. Look, NASA fixed an X-15 that crumpled like that during landing, so I actually got about half the cost of it back. So, it's not the worst. Your ability to flare was a problem. You could arrest the descent rate on your approach. I could or couldn't, Jaros, because couldn't, yeah. Okay, don't we have to make the brakes at 95? You have to get 7%. Yeah, Jars, I got you. Yeah, but that's gonna happen during re-entry, dude. So I should be able to compensate. But I mean, the thing just sinks, man. Yeah, Loopy, I put it into a pretty steep dive, and I didn't flare out of it in time. I pulled the control surfaces all the way back and went full pitch back, and the thing just sank. But it sank at like 80, 90 meters a second. That's not good, man. How did I get the other one to work? The other one was heavier than that thing. Thoughts on the new swivel and the other one for new skins? I like them. I think they're cool. Thanks, Mank. Yeah, very helpful. Hmm. So, I mean, it's not ideal. Small scale one basically landed itself on those shows if you tried to. Yeah. I mean, guys, this is how difficult it is to land the shuttle in real life. I mean, can we do it again? Worth adjusting the engines for thrust reversers? I don't think that matters. What if we had like 6 more pairs of gears? People are that. Jarvis is right, man. That was me. I didn't flare in time. I couldn't get it out of the flare, and we didn't have RCS to compensate, which is not good. It's not good that it does that. I kind of want to do it again because I botched that so hard, but oh, it's 300, not 200. Yeah, no, I lost about 200K worth of stuff. That's lovely. Why wouldn't you test with RCS? I took all the expensive stuff off, Pruffles. Well, yeah, all of our brakes are set to 95 now. Hey, Bill, what's going on? Yeah, we gotta go into this and OC the engines. I think we should do it again. But I'm really running out of cash, man. It's not. It's getting bad. Like, I don't know what to do here. We had it at 150, and we knew it flew around like fine with 150. So I'm gonna adjust the curves a little bit and get these things OC'd to 154. Okay, there we go. Why didn't chat give you more funding? I didn't request any, RJ. They just voted to continue the program, and I said I'll have it done by the end of the week. We might need to put the small boy out. Let's, before we go and do this, let's see if there's any missions that we can do. Damn, dude. Is this a cost plus program? Well, Apocalypse it kind of basically is, because I missed the first deadline and got more money, and the deadline extended. This shows, guys, why cost plus is not the worst idea, especially when you're developing something new. For contracted services, like, oh, I don't know, moving people to the ISS, cost plus is stupid. That's a really stupid idea. But cost plus with a development program like this, because I don't know, I didn't know how much this was going to cost. That was one of the problems why I didn't build the big SSDO earlier. I didn't know how much it was going to cost. So, cost plus with, I mean, we technically are Apocalypses. This is cost plus structuring. It's very, very similar, but I didn't request any more funding this time because I thought I think we can do it. Shouldn't the back flaps be way bigger? No, not really, Karate. No, Karate, I'm not putting canards on it. Canards will not teach me anything. Science data from the space around Kerbin, 5,000 units from there. Return to Kerbin from orbit of Minmus. Oh, frick. And we have a plant flag on the moon. Build a new orbital station around the moon. We have the Sentinel telescope. Map 17 asteroids endangering Kerbin with a Sentinel telescope that pays out 700 Gs, 25 science, and 43 rep. It basically means we need to launch the Sentinel. I'm just teasing about them nards, feller. Well, hey, howdy, hey. Rescue Kirby, who's stranded in orbit around Kerbin. His name's Kirby Kerbin? Hey, Envy, what's going on? What is your target sync rate on approach? I would really like to touch down below 5 meters a second. What orbit is he stranded in? No? I failed the test, Shady, because I didn't flare correctly. I didn't even get to the point where I could measure touchdown speed. That thing sinks. It sinks a lot. I don't know how I got it to flare so well, but I guess I had RCS with me there too, so. It doesn't even say what type of orbit he's in. Yeah, Jim, I know. I said under 5 meters a second. I don't want to hit it at the ground at 5 meters. I want to be a lot less than that. The cache doesn't, well, we'd use the small SSTO to go and get them. With that description, it'll be LKO around 80K. Enabled debris. Oh, yeah. Should crash more things into the moon. It doesn't say low Kerbin orbit, it just says orbit around Kerbin, so I'm not sure if I'm about that life. The Sentinel mission is the one that we should send, but the Sentinel telescope is expensive. But if I can get that thing flying, we could launch that with the small SSTO. Yeah, Jim, but we're way out of the gates. I suppose I have them. We could launch them, but I kind of deleted the pad for them, you know? I could sell off some of our science for cash. I might have some stuff up there, Kaz, that we could crash into the moon. Yeah, that's right, Wendy. Hi, by the way. Jeez. Here, let's go up to the space station real fast. Did it crash? I screwed up the flare jack. It belly flopped into the ground. Yeah, I lost it. But the primary shell was relatively intact, so I'll repair that one and we'll go from there. Dark times, I see. Selling science for cash. Yeah, well, hey, it's... If we have... You gotta do what we have to do to survive. Yeah, it's gonna need a lot of Delta V. Alright, let's see. What do you got here? 33 science. They still got plenty of data up there, so I'm not too incredibly worried. It's just 11K, Tessa. Who cares? That's... I mean, maybe, yeah, I guess I'll take it for the rep. I suppose it doesn't really matter. It says from the space around Kerbin. Suppose I don't really have a choice, do I? Could you crash the Cygnus into the moon? I don't think it has the Delta V to get out there. My last input, it seems like a sink rate around 20 to 50 meters per second on approach and less than 5 on the touchdown would be preferred for your pitch rate the way the thing sank over the runway. Yeah, I mean, Jars, if you want to go back and look at the footage to confirm that, I flared a little bit too late. So the thing would have gotten the nose up. I just didn't get the nose up in time. I flared way too late. But it's crazy because on the other time I flared too early. But I guess flaring too early and doing what I did instead of flaring too late is the right move. No, Green. They don't, man. Yeah, Wookie. You kind of need the thing to blow up, though, to do that. I'm not sure, Lavi. I'm trying to see if I can get contracts to get some money back. Ivo, I didn't lose 500. I switched one to an AFDA, so I put jet engines on it and took all the expensive bits off again. And then I went to flare the thing, and I went to try and land, and I crashed it because I flared way too late. Yeah, Tessa, I know. Yeah, I got you. Does the small SSDO have the ability to get a very small lander to the station and send it to Minmus? I have transfer vehicles up here that could send it. That could send something else. I have a fully fueled transfer vehicle, and I could put the Sentinel telescope on the end of it. Literally, how about we put just literally a Sentinel telescope with a docking port and then just send that? Those things have plenty of Delta V. I don't know if it's but see, like, that's the thing. I don't know if it's enough Delta V to get, I don't know if it's enough Delta V to get all the way to where we need to go to launch that Sentinel telescope. Not sure if the telescope can fit in the bay. Oh, yeah. Man, we are up crap creek, aren't we? This sucks. This is tough. go. Can you do the Sentinel on one of our banked Freedoms? I think the reason why I didn't do it, Papa Bear, in the first place is because Freedom doesn't have enough Delta V to put it in the orbit that I need to put it in. It's a high Delta V orbit. It requires a lot of, that's a lot of Delta V to go to 10 billion by 10 billion. That's a lot. Yeah, I don't think Freedom can move it there. That's why I waited. I took the contract for the advance in anticipating that no matter what, we'd get a bigger launch vehicle like the SSTO. The SSTO could have a fully fueled stage and the telescope. And, you know. Do you know any good resources on building cranes in Kerbal? Asking me would probably be your best bet, man. I crashed a flight test article. Someone, again, I took all the expensive bits off, so it was about 100K, or about 200K in losses. So right now I'm trying to get contracts to see if I can recoup some of that cash so we can do another test flight. Yeah, it was a landing gear test and I screwed up the flare. I belly flopped it right into the runway. We're actually really lucky it didn't destroy the runway too. If it destroyed the runway, I would have been screwed. Can we make a tiny, super tiny probe, like barely bigger than a tiny probe core that it rides on to fling somewhere and say we did it, get the world's first rep, science and money bonuses? I don't think I have a communications array that's good enough out there. That's the other reason why I didn't do it. We didn't have a good enough comm array. Interesting, Pop Bear. Yeah, that's cool. We might need to put the small one to work, guys. we might need to do that. Time to liquidate some assets. Why do you think I just collected a bunch of science honor guard? My rep is such in the toilet so hard that we don't really get any well-paying stuff. Don't sell the science, invest in the future. Invest in what? We can. That's something we could do, Loopy. We could get the small one working with seismic experiments that impact the moon. That could pay out. And that's a decent enough rep hit. The other thing I could do is move Liberty 5. We could move Liberty 5 out around the moon with a transfer vehicle. Liberty 5, I think, can support 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Liberty 5 has a antenna, docking port, it can generate power, and I launched it after I took this contract. It can support 5 Kerbals, and it has a mobile processing lab. We could do that. I could send Liberty 5 out there and unplug it from the station. That'll get me some decent rep. Yeah, it's... Loopy, it costs... What Lavi's thinking is that it costs 100k about to fill up. So any mission that doesn't pay 100k is losing money with the heavy SSTO. And that's fine. But once again, the profit margins for operating an SSTO wouldn't be that high in real life. High frequency of launches and reusability and being able to do a lot of rapid missions that don't have a lot of crazy big profit is how an SSTO would economically work in real life, like what Starship is trying to do. Mission wouldn't be that profitable, but if you do a lot of them, then it becomes profitable over time. High frequency of launches with low profit margin will get you good profit. The margins are way lower in KSP. Okay. How much is the fuel for the small boy to get some moon ammo up there? 40k, something like that. I think the big SSDO will do a lot of ride share. Pretty much. See last. What's up, Jessface? Wait, I'm confused. Why wouldn't we just do another test flight with the fixed 3 spring landing gear? I thought that's all we were gonna do. I could just send it. Like, I could do that if we really wanted to. Basically, what it comes down is the marginal cost for the SSTO and KSP is higher than an entire expendable vehicle that can do twice as much. I built a 56-ton to the moon vehicle for the same cost, and when you factor big SSTO costs, it becomes far worse. But what, Lavi? That's terrible testing criteria. What are you doing? That's terrible testing criteria. You. That. Lavi. What? I gotta read that again. Hold on. Marginal cost of vehicle is higher than the SSDO. But you're comparing an expendable vehicle to a reusable one. The way you compound reusability with the vehicle is high frequency of flights. So if I flew the SSTO 100 times, if we flew it 100 times without ever recovering it, which I eventually want to do, and it costs 500,000, so we do 500,000 technically divided by 100. That means it's $5,000 a launch. $5,000 a launch coupled with 95. Now, if you're gonna make a 56-ton expendable lifter, that cost is gonna compound over time. Basically, over time, the SSTO will make money. But it's going to take time, which is true in real life. Marginal cost means no matter how much you reuse the SSTO, each flight is still 90k because of fuel. You must mine fuel to get rid of the marginal cost. Fuel is incredibly expensive. And the fuel cost has the degraded total cost of an expendable vehicle. Yep. Okay. Guys, I know what marginal means. I understand. And Green, that has nothing to do with it. Don't worry about it. I still think that's a bad faith comparison, to be honest with you. I think that's a bad faith comparison. I get it. You can make an expendable vehicle for better, but I'll be in my corner drafting a direct like proposal if you need me. Yeah, I don't think that's not really a fan of that. We could increase the profit margin, right, if we mine the fuel ourselves, which I probably still want to do. But saying that, you know, if we make an expendable vehicle that can move just as much as the SSTO into space, right? Like, what does Condor can move 18 tons, and Condor was what, 50K, right? Actually, Jebstone was 50K. And Jebstone is... I mean, yeah, we're going to have to fly the SSTO a lot, no doubt, to make up for that cost, but yeah. But that's not like all the upper stages that I get back. Like, I can bring upper stages back down. I can recoup that payload cost over time, even if we want to send stuff to other planets. I think the like, once again, it's just high frequency of flights. Wookie, yeah, no, yeah. I know, I understand. I'm telling you, I get it. I've said this 3 times now, you know? Never mind. It's fine. It doesn't matter. It's semantics at this point.
Oh yes, I know. 700 people approximately joining us tonight. Some in summer, some in winter. But wherever you are in the world, the swimsuit segment will be sure to warm your hearts.
Our first stop will be on the grounds of the world-famous National Palace Museum, which houses Chinese treasures dating back some 4,000 years.
I lost my train of thought, guys. What was I doing? No, the butter cost of engineer, though. SV engineer. It's a reusability discussion, Rocket Guy, but it's a reusability discussion in Kerbal. I understand what Lavi was saying. What she was saying is that you need to, because it costs 100K to fuel up the big SSTO, that an expendable vehicle will even be cheaper, even if I get the entire SSTO back. Basically, if I operate an expendable vehicle that costs 60 grand that can move 18 tons into space, then the SSTO economically doesn't make sense. But like, if I can, that's the thing, like, I only have to pay for fuel. It doesn't, over time the SSTO will eventually make sense. It'll be profitable. And you just have to bite the bullet and take the refinery. Oh, look, you goddamn, you're stupid sometimes. Jesus Christ, dude. I'm not saying that I'm not going to make the refinery. You totally missed the point of this discussion. Oh my goodness. I never said I didn't want to make the refinery. I understand. Damn, you guys fucking make my face hurt sometimes. Holy shit. Anyway, I gotta time myself out for 15 seconds. Okay, anyway, what's up, Tech? These contract deadlines are all far out, like 4 years out. You could take the contract now for some fat cash advance it. I'm serious about a direct proposal, even if that won't actually mean anything. I want to find a way to explain this stuff other than Twitch chat. Oh, yeah, I understand what you're saying. Yeah, I get it. Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, guys, chat tasked me with going with fully reusable SSTO architecture, so I'm going to do that. And the only way that we can even get it back to profitable, you guys don't want to. We don't want to sit here engineering another vehicle. So, I mean, even taking into account how, like, I get it in KSP, not reusable. Blah, blah, blah. I just don't. I think that's a bad faith argument. But whatever, it's fine. I'm gonna make the refinery on the pad. I wanted to do that anyway because I don't want to waste time refueling the thing. I don't want to waste time sitting there with fuel trucks filling up the pad over and 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 over again. Total noob question. Where are good sources of fuel in KSP? You gotta, Tokyo, you gotta send up a resource surveying satellite. You gotta send up one of those, the survey scanner. Put it in a polar orbit and then have it scan the planet that you're going around. It'll show you where the deposits are. I have refineries unlocked, yes. We have it. I have the drills and everything. I just gotta add it to the pad. Yeah, Green, it's fine. It's okay. At the end of the day, I understand what Lavi's trying to say. I get it. I just don't think that's a really good faith argument just because it makes sense in Kerbal. You know, like what I try to do is have mission mode show people how the real space program should work to an extent, right? Like that's what should happen. But, you know, to sit here and say that, oh, it doesn't make sense, you know, that's a notorious. I don't think that's a good faith argument. It's fine in the confines of Kerbal, but it's a very bad thing to teach people because we need reusability in real life. You know, I don't want somebody seeing this, and if I show the math right, if I show the math out, and I know someone will watch the stream and someone will say, oh, well, you know, EJ figured out, you know, viewers on EJ stream figured out that making expendable launch vehicles is better. We shouldn't do reusability. Somebody will parrot that stupid crap and start posting it on Reddit or Twitter or wherever, and that's why it's not a good faith argument. That's what I mean. That's what I'm trying to tell you. But in the confines of Kerbal, yeah, I get it. It would pay to put a refinery on it, so we don't have to pay. So we don't have to sit around waiting with fuel trucks and pay for all the damn fuel. I get it. That's what I'm trying to say. But hey, 40 Gumble, great stream. Thank you. I will also say that I simp for expendable vehicles in real life too. My favorite space company is one that's making cheap, simple, expendable rockets, and they have 60 launch contracts. Just saying. All right. Yeah, we'll see what happens when Starship wipes the floor with contracts and Relativity and Blue Origin. Look, Lavi, you know I like expendable launch vehicles just as much as the next person. I like all rockets equally. But you'd be a fool to think that expendable rockets have any use in the long-term future for spaceflight. That's not true. I don't think they're going to go anywhere for a long time. And this stuff definitely doesn't happen overnight. But expendable launch vehicles is old news. So, how do we get you more money without just giving you more money? I don't know. Yeah, Just Space. I didn't even get to that during Space News. Is the small one economical? Sure, for what it does. We need to launch it a lot. No, I didn't compare the payload bay, Loopy, but, yeah. I don't think expendable launch vehicles are going anywhere, but we should trend towards reusability.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
And it's more sustain. I think reusability offers its own quality. Yeah, what you lose in potential profits, you make up for in sustainability. Understand? Would the airline industry be sustainable if you crash the plane into the runway after every flight? See what I'm talking about? You want to make it more sustainable, that's the whole point. And through that sustainability, costs will come down. This isn't rocket economics, wait. Loopy, where's the payload fairing? That's the LV2 payload fairing. I remember that I have a search function. Great. Thick. Loopy, is this what you wanted to see? I'm confused. I don't know what you're trying to prove with the payload bay argument, but here, I'll still do it for you if you want. That's the payload bay for the big SSTO. And that's Freedom's thick fairing right there. I lost an AFTA, Platinum, but it was damaged. It's fixable. Oh, okay, Loopy, you're on about a different thing. I get it. Yeah, that's Freedom 10's big payload fairing, and that's the payload bay that we're talking about. It's about double the size. Well, 2/3. Fairing's about 2/3 the size of the payload bay, but yeah. Yeah, because of the conic part. Yeah, that's true. Or you could just turn out vehicles like no tomorrow and streamline the process as much as possible. I think we need more advances in propulsion for reusability to be an end-all be-all. No problem, Platinum. Tokyo. I mean, you can download the prototype. I have the prototype on Kerbal X if you want to use it. Did you watch the Rocket Lab tour? I did. I watched it during Space News. Yeah, this one should be 7. All right, let me see how much does this cost? 522, right? And how much does the runway cost, or the launch pad? I guess Reveril, but hey, whatever. Where's the pad? 547. So we need about 1.1. I don't have any more money to do another test flight unless I land the thing and recover it. Yeah. That strut is causing me all kinds of problems. I gotta fix it. Can we give you a contract for DSN upgrades? DSN would mean we would spend some time on the ground. And I'd have to go and build the ground tracking stations. We'd have to go fly them around. Yeah, Pop Bear, well, if you guys fund missions for it, it should be good, but in order to do that, I really have to prove that it flies. We'll get it, I mean... Maybe we should just send another one. We'll send another one with a mission on it. I mean... Do you have any cool gliders? I'm not sure if I have any on Kerbal X. Did I see this? Most likely. Builder. Yeah, we watched it happen this afternoon. Lavi, I just don't think... SpaceX has made internal missions that somehow changes the demand. Like, you know, I never understood that argument. You know, oh, well, look at, you know, the market would be nothing if it wasn't for SpaceX. You know, their Starlink missions are what's keeping Falcon... Like, so it doesn't count? Like, I never understood that. That doesn't make any sense. So you upgrade the DSN and then you launch on Jebstar? We could. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, guys. Expendable versus reusable is a debate that ain't going away for a little while, so... I don't know. Personally, I come down in favor of reusable. I think full reuse is the way we should go about this. Profitability be damned. It's that crappy bottom dollar profitability nonsense that got us into this mess in the first place. You know, oh, we could save $30 billion if we don't launch anything into space. Oh, you know, the commercial contractors can do it better. You know, like that. This penny pinching horse crap is not a good way to go about spaceflight. I really, really don't like it. Even though, like, I'm sitting here, like, I could say that I like SLS in the same sentence and stuff. That's totally fine. But I know that SLS, there's no other economically viable way to get to the moon right now. And even if there was, like Starship, for instance, I still want an expendable launch vehicle because I want two ways to get to the moon, right? But this penny pinching, oh, let's not do it, it's too expensive, it's too hard. I hate that mentality. I absolutely can't stand it. It's frustrating. You know, Henry Ford didn't go and make the Model T because there was profitability in the market. He made the Model T because he wanted to make a freaking car, and he wanted to make the car cheap and affordable. And he got a lot of investment money, and he spent a lot of his personal wealth doing that. In fact, all of it. There was no market for cars when Henry Ford started, but he started making cars anyway. 120 years later, I'd have to say he was right. I agree, Jolly. I'm with you on that one. Hell, Starship wasn't profitable when they started development. The market for Starship opened up with HLS. Yeah, something like that. I mean, Starship's arguably already making SpaceX money. It hasn't even launched anything. That's right, 619. That's right, Loopy. I don't know, a horse could run off my front lawn. So why don't you have a horse then, John? Do you drive an automobile? I already know the answer to the question. If you don't ride a horse everywhere, then in the context of this argument, that makes no sense. So how much does the Sentinel contract get you? I can go look. I think it pays out $700K. ULA fairing recovery patent. Oh, cool. Oh, sick, dude. I don't know. I mean, I guess I understand the mass expendability argument, but I always thought that was a good way to do first stages and offer second stage reusability, like what ULA is basically trying to do. Oh, that's cool. But I guess, you know, it's fine. Everybody... You know, I think at the end of the day, you know, everybody wants... I think at the end of the day, everybody wants space to be successful, and I don't, you know, I don't think we really care how it's going to happen, if you really want my honest opinion. Relativity has a vehicle that's trying to compete. Just space, fully reusable option. Payload capacity similar to Falcon 9, though, not Starship. Because it's expensive, Just space. Blue penny pinch. Have you seen the Blue Origin infographic? Nah, I didn't feel like cringing today, S-Master. Relativity is building a fully reusable rocket. Yeah, man. Check this out. S, you'll like this, dude. Look at Terran R, man. It's about the size of Falcon 9. It's a fully reusable option that's on par with payload capacity of Falcon 9. Well, we'll see what happens. Just look at the small set industry over the next 10 years. The boys I'm rooting for have a lot of launching to do. Let's see what the reusability folks get. Lavi, I honestly, yeah, I get it. I know expendable launch vehicles aren't going anywhere, but mass production of expendable launch vehicles is not gonna get us anywhere near sustainability. That's just a crutch. It's a crutch and an excuse for people to pull the plug. It's not sustainable. That's what I'm trying to tell you. In the long term, it's sustainable right now. Not gonna be sustainable in the future. Oh, it's a Falcon 9 size Starship. It looks an awful lot like BFR, doesn't it? It's 3D printed. Yeah, really cool, actually. Yeah. Relativity recruited a lot of people from SpaceX. I don't know how well it shows. Yeah, Droya, I'm starting to get tired, dude. So, Papa Bear, I like what you're saying. That's a nice Falcon 9 strong back. Yeah, I know, right? Papa Bear, I like what you're saying. Maybe we could find a way to fund it through some chat funding and science missions and stuff. Pretty much, Loopy. We should make sure Sentinel fits in a Mark II bay. Sure. I'm a simp, what can I say? I think you're letting your simpletonness cloud your judgment. Your overconfidence is your weakness. Your faith in your friends is yours. Wow, how much memory is Kerbal using? Jeez. Rocky guy, I tried to do an OK GLI with the big SSTO, and I ended up screwing up the flare and belly flopping it into the runway. Now I'm trying to figure out ways to fund it because I really only have enough funding to launch to put this out with a full tank of gas and launch one more prototype. That's it. It turns out that, you know, I made the thing fly like Venture Star, and it also sinks like Venture Star. And I went to flare the thing and I screwed it all up. Yeah, Loopy, that's not gonna work. Wait, can Starship go to the moon without orbital refueling? Well, yes, yeah, of course it could. With no payload, sure. Yeah, guys, I basically have to just go for a flight test, and if I lose the SSTO, I don't know what to. I don't know what we're gonna do. What's the box for? It's the launch box, YB. It's part of the launch pad. Freedom 7, the Sentinel up. I told you, I don't think Freedom 7 has the Delta V to do it, Wookie. Platinum. I don't know. I need a creative solution for what we're gonna do. I only have enough money for a flight test. That's it. What's the actual cost of the SSTO? About 500 Gs. We can put the Sentinel on the big SSTO and still come out ahead if we lose it. Yeah, but we're not gonna immediately recoup those costs, man. Contract pays out 700K, the SSTO costs 600K. No, you're not listening. We're not going to make the return on investment right away. The mission pays out really, really well, but it's not like getting it to its orbit is going to pay me 700 off the bat. You have to track a bunch of asteroids from there. I have to get the thing to the payload, I have to get the thing to its orbit, and then wait for a long time. Element, yeah. We must be patient. We must be patient, my friend. Yeah, that's... Yeah. This sucks. I really wish I didn't botch that stupid flight test. Yeah, Shady, that's about all we have enough for. The pad's 540 Gs, this is 527, giving us a cost of about 1,100,000. So 1.1 mil. We have 1.13. I have enough to fly it. Offshore oil rig that makes fuel when you do the daily time warps would basically be free income every week. Actually, monopropellant is the way to do it, Wookie. I did this in career. I made a monopropellant factory that works off ore, and yeah. monopropellant is actually the best, the highest, the most expensive price per unit of fuel. And yeah, monoprop would be the way to do it, but can you mine xenon gas? No, you can't. No, not really, J-Rock. Maybe it's time for you to become a fuel producer for other launch providers. Guys, if you want me to set up the fueling bay, I will. I have it built. It's from the career mode save. We'd have to import it and I'd have to pay for it. Can you convert RP to money? Not really. I'd have to finish building it though. It's in the career mode save. Here, I'll show you. I could become a monopropellant baron. How much is it? I have to look. This menu is super laggy. I think we called it Project Mint. It costs 211,000, so this thing would cost 400. And then I have to make a vehicle. That's the one part of this that I didn't do. I'd have to make a vehicle that can lift this thing up. And basically I put this thing out and I just leave it and it sits there and it'll fill the monopropellant up, and then the monopropellant is on a cart and we'd have to drive. This is the part I didn't make. I'd have to drive a vehicle underneath it. I can separate the vehicle or the cart, and we can take it back to the I can take it over to the runway and recover the thing. Don't forget about the ground anchors to your old buildings. Yeah. How much would full mono tanks get you? So 211. Pays out about 50 G's. Can you make the cart into a trailer and then give it a K200 hitch? Of course. 50K a pop, but that's 50K every day, guys. Every day. So basically I drive the ore tanks out there on some type of SPMT or whatever, and yeah, 50K every day. You could also just sell the ore. Well, this thing doesn't drill, Just Space. It doesn't drill. It's just a refinery. It doesn't drill. I bring the full cartons of ore out there. We attach the ore cartons and go. Or we could just drill. I mean, and we're time warping 8 days every stream. Do it the NASA crawler way. Just bolt some trucks together and weld the fuel trucks to the bottom. Why can't we just convert the fuel with this for the SSTO? Solve 2 issues at once. I could just put this out. Guys, we could just put this out on the runway and just leave it there. I could just put it on the side of the runway, or I could put it out at the VAB, and then when I come back tomorrow for the next stream, I'll have 50K. Like, we could do that. Pretty much, Lou, yeah. But when I made this thing, I made it in good faith, meaning that you'd have to install the carts if you really want this thing to work correctly, or else it's cheesy and cheaty. I don't like that. Like, the way I built this thing is intended for supplemental income. I mean, but this works. But you guys got to remember, double the cost, round up to the nearest 100,000 is my rule. So this is going to cost about $500,000 to import this design. Do you even have all these parts unlocked? I think so. Pretty much, Corsi. Yeah, I'd have to do one every stream. But over time, that 5-10 minutes that it would take, we could talk about what we're gonna do during the day, swap the carts out and go. After a week, I mean, after 2 weeks, I have enough for an SSDO regardless. But once again, yeah, I'm not sure if I want to do it. That's kind of cheesy, man. I mean, there's nothing saying that you can't do it, right? Like, just do I want to? Yeah, demo, right? Anyway, what's the payout for getting that successful SSTO test flight? I don't get any payout, Loopy. I'm way past the deadline. We're way overdue. Maybe do it if the next SSTO mission fails. Why import? It would be better with designated fuel trucks attached rather than tank pallets anyway. Yeah, we can do this. I have all the parts for this. It's not worth the risk. Move on. What isn't, Eukerman? You don't want to do what? Hold on a second, Ryan. The spirit of yeah, that's what I mean about the good faith rule, Corsi. If I abuse the system, chat will know. Hey, Chief, what's going on? Unless when chat sees a successful test flight, we move on to the next contract, you get a good advance. I mean, this is all basically dependent on the SSTO working or not. I mean, and can I rely on you guys to bail me out if it fails, you know? We should do another test flight. And then I still have to work on the SSTO's OPF and stuff, you know? Yeah, El Hook, we already did that. Nice, Ryan, there you go. I already have a crew SSTO. The only way that I could see us doing an SSTO Hail Mary is if the advance for the next chat contract to press it into operations is big enough. Nice, Golden Goose. You missed it. Well, you missed it yesterday. I screwed up the last test flight so bad, dude. I should honestly try it again. But I don't have enough. We won't have enough capital to do an orbital flight test unless I get the SSTO back. Yeah, we just kind of have to send it. That's really kind of where we're at. Now, the question is, how do we want to send it? Do we want to fly it again? Do we want to do this, or do we want to go to space? The engineer... Yeah, the landing gear is way over-engineered, RJ. Yeah, it should be fine. Why don't we change this into a runway-launched SSTO? Same girder segment, grid arts. It's attached right in the center to the primary structural carrier for the vehicle. Admiral, it did atmospheric test that I pancaked it. I screwed up. If it fails, I would vote to end this generation SSTO in favor of a runway-launched SSTO. Yeah, if you guys vote runway SSTO, I'm going to override that. Yeah, no. No. Screw runway-launched SSTO. That's dumb. I'm not doing that unless we have Rapier engines. Not really, Hunts. When I tested, it kept exploding in the middle. Yeah, you have to configure the landing gear 3-to-1. Did EJ just call Skylon dumb? No, I said it's stupid without Rapier engines. I'm not building a jet engine sitting next to a rocket engine SSTO. I'm not doing that. Do you think the changes are enough to where you're confident you can refly the OFT and get it home this time? Exactly, passing. All right. Guys, I just said a second ago when we were discussing expendability versus reusability, I just said that this bottom dollar penny pinching nonsense never gets us anywhere. So, I will literally put my money where my mouth is. We'll send it tomorrow. So 5 is junk. Let's go to 6. I'll put the pad out. We will fly tomorrow. 5 crashed. It doesn't really exist anymore. We'll get the endurance nameplate out and we'll go again. Why does it have jet engines now? Ignore it. It doesn't. You saw a test article. Do we have parachutes? No. I'm gonna make this go to 70. That should be good assurance. That's the one change that I'm making right there. And if I crash, I guess we'll let Judgment of our peers decide. I changed the brakes already. Oh, no, I didn't. That was the test article. Yeah, see what I mean? Okay. Trial by jury. Pretty much. I'll see if we can put something in for payload. I don't know what, but I'll see if we can put something in there. Are the gears Kraken tested? Watch the VOD, Chief. You don't need sequenced ignition in KSP, Wookie. It doesn't matter. Can we use a crane truck to load it in? You might be able to swing the crane truck parked right at its back. Crane truck? Loopy, we'll go with fixed payload bay right now. Even if I land endurance, I'll recover. We haven't worked on payload bay integration yet, but in order to do that, I need missions. Why do we need landing gear when we could just make runway Zilla? Right. You still advocate just driving in the payload into the front bay. Alright. Yep, I'm done. Okay. We'll do another flight tomorrow. We'll send 6 up. And I won't give it a name this time around, actually. You know what? We'll just put a dash mark right there. The SSDO known as Dash. And if it's successful, then we'll give 6 a name. Dash Jebstar. All right, guys, that's gonna do it for me. Good discussions today. Good discussions. I really wish that AFTA did not end like that, but based off of what I've seen from viewers in chat, as long as I nail that flare and we get it under 5 meters a second, this gear configuration should be just fine. I'm really, really aiming for less than that. I really want to get it as buttery smooth as we possibly can, but I have confidence. I have confidence in the system. I think we'll be okay. I'll figure out a mission for this thing to fly. If not, if it doesn't work, I don't know what I'm gonna do. I might have to meme on you guys. Once again, I'm asking for your financial support, you know. I might have to meme it if I crash. I really hope I don't. I don't know what I'm going to do. We might have to just stick to flying the small SSDO for a little while. Actually, I think that's what we should do. If this sucker doesn't work, I don't want any extra... I honestly don't want any extra funding from chat. If this doesn't work, I want to use the small SSDO, and we'll figure out architecture with that thing. I'm serious. We should get the small one working. Well, the small one does work. The small one works, and it has a payload integration base, so I can integrate things to it. So we might have to press that thing into service and then workhorse the heck out of it. If that means launching like pieces of satellites into space and then assembling them in space, so be it. Or we could just say screw it and work with the small one. Work with the small one until we've built up a reasonable cost to launch the big one again. It's up to you guys. Can we make the milk stand for the small one? We could do that. What do you guys think? I mean, all right. I know that most people have gone since I said I'm done. And it lands. Put the small SSDO on a shuttle style sack. What? If we refuel the small one in orbit, what kind of range we got? It's better because it has wings and stuff, Wookie. It's inefficient sending wings beyond low curve in orbit, just like real life. I'd prefer to just... I have transfer stages up there left over from a previous space program. We can reuse those and potentially refuel them, I suppose. I got you mini motorways. Yeah, I saw it, 649. I showed it on stream. Thank you. If we don't land it, work with LV-5A until we can build up the money to work with 5B. Yeah, but Green, what I'm asking is, do you think we should just put 5A and screw the next test flight? Just start using the small one. Build the crew access tower for the small one and go. Missed it, sorry. Oh, well, hey, I didn't see the notification right away. You know what? Now that I'm thinking about it, Green, that's probably the better way to do it from the start. I'm fine using solely the small one for a week or two and put the big one on hold just to give you a mental design break. Yeah, you know what? I think that's what we should do. We have Kerbal construction. We have all this stuff at our disposal for on-orbit operations. I think using the small one and piecing together stuff up into space is actually not a bad idea. Yeah. The big SSTO is good. It flies. The small one is good. It also flies. How many tons does the extended SSTO get into orbit? I don't know. It's that thing. Ignore that. That was a design study. Can you actually send Kerbals into space? Yeah, I think we need to press the small one into service, Green. I don't even like. I'd rather not fly the big one, dude. I'd rather not fly the big one. I'd rather fly the small one and see if we can pad the funds enough, right? Because all I need, if we build up about 500K with the small one, I don't know, maybe I could do that like 5, 6, 7 missions, something like that with the thing. If we could figure out how to get it to fly correctly. It only costs like 40K to fuel it. It's not that big of a deal. Yeah, that's a good idea. We should do that. Can we small boy mission to Minmus? It's going to need to launch multiple times, King, to assemble something up in space, but sure, why not? I don't know, RJ. We'll see what we can do. The small one's already man-rated, Jeffrey. The only thing it needs is just a way for crew to get into it when it's vertical on the pad. That's it. That's all it needs. That actually sounds great. Launch one satellite bus, launch one with crew, and another with cargo for Kerbal construction, and then build out a LEO EOR. It's doable, Ian. It's doable. And then... Ian... we could do that, and we could figure out the processes needed to We could do that, and we could figure out the processes that are needed to do that with the big one, and then use it to build gigantic Hermes-style ships with the big SS. Holy Nikes, that's a good idea. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yes. Yes. Oh, that's a good idea. Yeah. That's what I'm gonna do. You guys can fund the next mission if you want it to be go back to the moon. I can do that. That's no problem. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Good. I'm happy that I talked this out. I know this stream was just us talking it out for like 5 hours straight, but that's fine. Space train? Yeah. Yeah. That's a good idea. I mean, we're literally gonna have to use Kerbal Construction to assemble things at the space station, but what did I just miss? What's the idea? Jeff, the idea is that launch the small SSTO a lot. Launch it a lot and use it to build stuff in space and build and refuel stuff in space. So like I'll send one with an engine, right? With a big engine. And then I'll send another one with a big fuel tank. Okay? And then I'll send another one with a docking port. And then, or with the docking port and like struts and thrusters and stuff. And we could build a ship in space. Or conversely, I could send up an assembled ship inside of the payload bay, or an assembled like transfer stage, albeit a tiny one, right? And just go from there. Or we could... The other thing is, guys, I have a transfer stage sitting up at the space station left over from the Freedom program. We could just use that. And then all I have to do is bring up payloads, and I could literally put payloads to the moon. We could put payloads to Minmus with that thing if it's small enough. And I could send the transfer stage out, send it back, and after a couple of missions, we're going to need to refuel it. Yeah, passing, I think that's the right move. Is there a craft file for LV5A anywhere? Prototype 16, Lavi. It's on Kerbal X. It's prototype 16. It's the second craft file under my lists. You could refuel the transfer stage, then fit a small lander. I have a lander out at the moon arc sign, believe it or not, and I have a transfer vehicle up there left over from other missions that can move Kerbals. If it's fueled, it can move Kerbals to low lunar orbit, between low Kerbin orbit and low lunar and back. You can do it with one transfer stage. So as long as I have a way for Kerbals to get into space and a way to refuel, I mean, refueling is going to take us a long time. Hang on. Let me just check something here. How much fuel does that carry? 180. That's what we can move into space. We can move 180 units of fuel. 720. What about, where's that 1.8? Really? It must be in a different thing. Nope. Okay. Oh yeah, the 1A tanks are, yeah, okay, they're under making history. So the transfer stages, my transfer stages up there is two FLT 900, FLTX 900s. There's 2 of them. So that means 810. So if I wanted to refuel it with the SSTO, 810 divided by 180 a flight is 4.5 flights. Can we make a Minmus fuel station in mine there? Yeah. It's possible. Yeah. I mean, well, we're going to have to go frickin' marathoning out tomorrow. I actually like that better. I think we should just use the small one for the time being. Pad the costs enough for another flight and then go. And you guys should choose what we want to do. Yeah.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Simba, hey, 5 subs. Thank you. Could you use the small SSTO to send up parts for a tiny Minmus refinery? It would take a long time. Can we capture an asteroid? Maybe if I refueled the transfer stages, yeah. That's a lot less flights than you'd think. 4 flights, RJ. I could do that in a stream if it's just refueling missions. Sure. I mean, we'd spend basically the entire stream refueling 1 transfer stage. But the SSTO can fly quickly. I can fly quickly and I can get it back. We'll see what contracts we have in KSP. We'll see what contracts we have, and I'll see if we can figure out a way to get the small one to do something, like orbit assembly missions to put a satellite somewhere. I already have one. We have Freedom Station, Caveman. But yeah. Do you guys think that moving ahead with the small one right now is a good idea? I think that's the right move. Yeah.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, yes, man. 46-month resub. Still out here lurking. Thanks, man. I already have a lot of fuel up there at the station. That's up there right now, Wookie. Yeah, there's a lot of fuel. I have like 1,000 units of liquid fuel in there. I have a fully loaded transfer stage. So, on the first flight, we basically just need to bring up payload if we can find the right mission. And that transfer stage can send it anywhere. If it's small enough to fit in the SSTO's payload bay, the transfer stage should have enough to shoot it off to wherever it needs to go. Literally turn around and recircularize and then redock. What would we need to do for a milk stand? I'm not sure, King. Yeah, I'm not sure. I need to put the adapter on it, but King, I might just use the small SSTO's launch pad. I might just use that, and I might use that as a prototype thing for fuel. Ah, crap. Now I hype myself up. Now I want to work on this, but I should go to sleep because we got another long stream tomorrow. So, yeah, RJ, I'm not a fan either. Sentinel can't fit in the small SSTO's payload bay passing. I'm screwed. I can't fit it in. It won't fit. Unless we cheese it out a little bit, but yeah. Or if the Sentinel telescope part is a construction piece, then I could store it, you know? Or the other thing is just send the big one. And if it lands, then chat funds the mission and we could figure it out from there and build out the rest of its architecture. Use flags to make a custom payload bay on top and modify the design? I don't think that's a good idea. Nah, King, I'll be hyped about it tomorrow. I'm tired. I'm hype on it, but dude, my brain, I can only sit there and talk about things and design and stream for a period of time before my brain turns to paste. How are we going to deal with the poll contract requirements? I don't know, JustSpace. The idea was, the whole reason why we built the SSTOs in the first place was to get it better. It was not to replace the program that we were working on, which was the moon, but it was to, it wasn't to replace the lunar program, but it was to replace the ways to get into space, particularly for crew, not necessarily for cargo. Sudog, just watch the ISS fly over your house. That's cool, man. Well, Vanguard, no simulation mode. If you guys want to keep flying that SSTO and give me some data on how to land it, you guys can prototype it as much as you want. The prototype is on Kerbal X. You guys are my simulation mode. I'm serious. Go fly the damn thing. Help me. Because if somebody flies the thing tomorrow and gives me a surefire descent routine, right, to get the thing to flare and land on the runway correctly, I'll fly the big one if I think it's good enough. What's the rule on canceling a program? Wasn't it a steep penalty? It's a 50 rep hit. I took a 70 rep hit because I killed Jeb and chat canceled the program. Yeah, I don't really want that to happen. Upload the most recent fixes. I agree, Core. I think it's a cool idea, and it'll prepare me for setting up better logistics with the big SSTO later. And maybe I can get somebody. We can go do some of those rescue things. With the rescue contracts, we can get somebody to replace Jeb for nothing. Played trivia tonight, and the question: which scientist built the V2 rocket and helped build the Saturn V? Did you destroy it, Converse? Tell me you destroyed that question. Got it right thanks to this channel. Yes. I think we should go with the big one first, mainly because of the potential gain of having it in service, bringing up transfer stages. If it works, great. If it crashes, yeah, that would suck. But we'd still have enough money to do the small option. We don't have to choose. Okay. Yeah, we can do it. That's what Green originally suggested. All right, that's it then. We got another flight test tomorrow. Hopefully I can get the thing on the ground with its upgraded landing gear. Okay. Okay. All right, that's the plan. Okay, I will see you guys tomorrow. What are we playing for early hours? Let's see. Let me just check. Yeah, okay. So we got the community Minecraft project for early hours tomorrow, and we have the and Space News, and then KSP. We'll go with the flight test. Minecraft is tomorrow. We can go back to doing modeling maybe the day after or something, or I could play Beam or whatever. We'll figure it out. I'm trying to vary it up a little bit. I did like playing Cities though. I did enjoy it. Who's out and about? Oh, GravShark is playing RimWorld. All right, so that's the plan. Finalized plan.
That's too bad.
GravShark. The finalized plan is to launch the big one tomorrow. If I can't launch the big one, if we launch the big one and it fails, if I launch the big one and it fails, then we'll figure out a way to do missions and continue the lunar program with the small one. I'm sure we'll figure it out. It's just going to be a little bit more difficult that way. And then we'll go from there. All right. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Go see what GravShark's up to. Thank you very much for watching. I hope you enjoyed the discussions. I hope you enjoyed watching the booster get put together.